One might contemplate the serene depths of ancient Greece, a realm where even the mightiest deities were not immune to the allure of quiet repose. As the world outside dimmed, one's thoughts might drift to a time when divine beings, paradoxically, could slumber undisturbed through the most monumental conflict ever conceived in the annals of mythology. This narrative explores the enigmatic figure of Hypnos, the venerable god of sleep, and the extraordinary manner in which he managed to remain in profound slumber for a full 10 years amidst the most celebrated and devastating war recounted in Greek lore. This is no ordinary chronicle of valiant heroes and epic battles, but rather a profound exploration of a quiet deity who, against all odds, discovered a profound peace amidst unimaginable chaos. His prolonged repose offers a unique perspective on the nature of rest, the intricacies of divine duty, and the often underestimated art of judiciously avoiding entanglement. Envision ancient Greece during a pivotal era, when the venerable city of Troy stood as a prominent coastal settlement in what is now modern-day Turkey. The very air, thick with the scent of sun-drenched olive groves and the bracing tang of sea salt, carried the echoes of daily life. Mortals, clad in simple tunics, dedicated their days to the rhythmic tending of sheep, the intricate crafting of pottery, and the timeless tradition of sharing captivating stories by the flickering glow of firelight. Within this vibrant tapestry, the gods themselves walked among humanity, yet they were often as flawed, tempestuous, and profoundly complicated as any mortal family, prone to their own squabbles and passions. Hypnos, a deity of a different temperament, resided in a secluded cave, far removed from the dazzling splendor of Mount Olympus, the illustrious abode of the principal gods. His sanctuary was neither grand nor adorned with the resplendent gold that characterized Zeus's magnificent palace. Instead, it was meticulously carved into the verdant hillside, positioned with deliberate intent near the very entrance to the underworld. Here, his formidable twin brother, Thanatos, the god of death, also made his solemn dwelling. The cave was perpetually bathed in a soft, ethereal dimness, permeated by the lulling murmur of the gently flowing river Lethe, whose waters were fabled to induce a profound forgetfulness of all earthly woes. Around the cave's entrance, wild poppy flowers flourished in abundance, their potent seeds renowned for their ability to impart a deep drowsiness to anyone who inhaled their subtle fragrance. The cave itself stood as a testament to tranquil design, a veritable marvel of peaceful artistry. Its walls were adorned with a luxuriant carpet of soft, verdant moss, creating an organic tapestry that invited repose. From the ceiling, delicate formations dripped, sculpted by nature into shapes that eerily resembled plush pillows and comforting blankets, all meticulously crafted from cool stone. In the innermost sanctum of this serene abode rested Hypnos's bed, majestically carved from a single lustrous piece of black marble and sumptuously draped with the softest, most exquisite sheep's wool. Around this sacred sleeping place, a carefully cultivated array of herbs known for their soporific properties thrived. The calming essence of lavender, the soothing comfort of chamomile, and the potent tranquility of valerian. The entire space resonated with an almost imperceptible, quiet energy, a profound stillness that could effortlessly calm even the most troubled and anxious visitor, inviting them into a state of deep peace. Hypnos himself presented an appearance that precisely aligned with what one might anticipate from the venerable god of sleep. He possessed a youthful yet mature countenance, his gentle features perpetually imbued with an aura of profound relaxation. His dark hair, invariably appearing slightly disheveled, suggested a being who had only just awakened from a deep and restorative slumber. He was clad in simple, flowing robes that subtly shifted in hue with the changing light, at times adopting the ethereal gray of morning fog, at others deepening to the profound blue of the night sky. Most remarkably, delicate, small wings sprouted gracefully from his temples. These were not expansive enough for soaring flight, but were perfectly proportioned to generate the softest, most imperceptible breezes, precisely the kind that would gently guide mortals and gods alike into the welcoming embrace of sleep. His daily routine unfolded with a wonderfully predictable rhythm, a charmingly mundane sequence of events. Hypnos typically stirred from his slumber around the hour of noon, stretching languidly before partaking in a simple, nourishing breakfast of freshly baked bread, lovingly dipped in golden honey. His afternoons were devoted to a leisurely promenade through his meticulously tended garden of sleep-inducing botanicals, where he diligently monitored their growth and carefully harvested the necessary components for his nightly endeavors. As the gentle approach of evening heralded dusk, he would embark upon his true vocation, journeying across the world to bestow the precious gift of sleep upon mortals and gods alike. In stark contrast to other deities who traversed the heavens in magnificent golden chariots or soared upon the powerful backs of eagles, Hypnos embraced the most exquisitely relaxed mode of travel imaginable. He would simply float effortlessly through the air, borne aloft by the softest, most imperceptible breezes, delicately sprinkling a fine, ethereal powder, meticulously crafted from his poppy flowers, over the heads of those yearning for rest. His rounds commenced with the most vulnerable, crying infants, then moved to the weary laborers, followed by anxious mothers, and finally, just as the first hints of dawn painted the horizon, he would gracefully return to the sanctuary of his cave for his own protracted and well-deserved slumber. Hypnos was attended by his 3 devoted sons, who, though distinct in temperament from their serene father, assisted him in his profound work. Morpheus, the eldest, held dominion over dreams pertaining to human forms, possessing the uncanny ability to perfectly mimic the appearance of any individual who manifested within the realm of slumber. Icelus, the second son, specialized in dreams populated by the animal kingdom, effortlessly transforming himself into the guise of birds, loyal dogs, or majestic horses as the dreamscape demanded. Phantasus, the third, was the master of dreams concerning inanimate objects, capable of manifesting as solid rocks, ancient trees, or imposing architectural structures. Together, this extraordinary family meticulously ensured that sleep transcended mere physical rest, becoming also a vital period for the mind to intricately process the myriad events and emotions of the day through the rich tapestry of dreams. A particularly intriguing facet of Hypnos's existence was the nature of his relationship with the other powerful gods of Olympus. While the vast majority of Olympian deities were perpetually embroiled in fierce disputes, intricate schemes, or passionate, often tumultuous, romantic entanglements with mortals, Hypnos steadfastly maintained a quiet detachment. Assiduously minding his own affairs, he displayed absolutely no inclination towards the volatile arena of divine politics, the brutal theater of wars, or the endless, dramatic sagas that consumed the attention of his often boisterous relatives. Even Zeus, the formidable king of the gods, held Hypnos in a measure of respect, for even the supreme ruler occasionally required the profound respite that only sleep could offer. Hera, on occasion, found it strategically advantageous to solicit his aid when she wished to lull Zeus into a state of drowsiness, thereby facilitating her own intricate machinations. For the most part, however, Hypnos was granted the rare privilege of being left undisturbed, allowing him to diligently pursue his quiet, essential work without interference. This profound and peaceful existence persisted for countless centuries, an unbroken continuum of tranquility, until an event of cataclysmic proportions transpired, destined to irrevocably alter the course of the world forever. The legendary Trojan War, a conflict that would etch itself into the very fabric of myth, erupted. This devastating war, as is often the case with such grand calamities, originated from a wedding feast that went spectacularly awry. When the exquisite sea goddess Thetis was united in marriage with the mortal king Peleus, all the esteemed gods and goddesses were extended invitations, with one glaring and fateful exception: Eris, the malevolent goddess of discord. Feeling profoundly insulted by this slight, Eris, fueled by spite, gate-crashed the celebratory gathering, and in a calculated act of malice, cast a single golden apple among the distinguished guests, bearing the deceptively simple inscription, "For the fairest." Immediately, 3 formidable goddesses laid claim to this provocative prize: the majestic Hera, the wise Athena, and the captivating Aphrodite. They implored Zeus to arbitrate the dispute, but the sagacious king of the gods, acutely aware of the perilous nature of such a judgment, wisely chose to extricate himself from the burgeoning conflict. Instead, he shrewdly dispatched the trio of divine beauties to a Trojan prince named Paris, tasking him with the unenviable decision. Each goddess, eager to sway his judgment, presented Paris with a tempting bribe. Hera, the queen of the gods, promised him dominion and unparalleled power over the vast continents of Asia and Europe. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, offered him unmatched wisdom and guaranteed victory in every conceivable battle. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, presented the most alluring offer of all: the undying love of the most exquisitely beautiful woman in the entire world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and susceptible to superficial allure, succumbed to Aphrodite's irresistible enticement. The woman in question was Helen, renowned for her unparalleled beauty, who was, regrettably, already married to Menelaus, the powerful king of Sparta, when Paris, captivated by her charm, abducted Helen and brought her back to Troy. The enraged Menelaus rallied all of Greece, calling upon every allied city-state and hero to assist him in reclaiming his wife and restoring his honor. Thus commenced the epic and protracted Trojan War, a conflict destined to rage for 10 long, arduous years, drawing into its brutal embrace every major hero and formidable warrior across the Greek lands. Achilles, the peerless and greatest warrior of his age, arrived with his formidable Myrmidons, a force to be reckoned with. Odysseus, the cunning and most clever of kings, sailed from his distant island home, Ithaca, bringing his renowned strategic mind. Ajax the Great, a towering figure of immense strength, loomed over other men like an unbreachable moving wall of bronze and fury. Agamemnon, the High King of Mycenae, commanded the vast Greek forces with a heavy hand. On the opposing Trojan side, the valiant Prince Hector, a paragon of honor and courage, stoically defended his beleaguered city with unwavering resolve, while his brother Paris, the catalyst of this monumental conflict, often sought refuge behind the very walls he had, through his reckless actions, helped to imperil. The profound conflict was not exclusively waged by mere mortals. The powerful gods themselves, with their immense influence, irrevocably chose sides, injecting their divine will into the fray. Athena and Hera, still seething with resentment over their perceived loss in the infamous beauty contest, staunchly lent their formidable support to the Greek cause. Aphrodite, ever protective of her chosen, championed the Trojans, reserving particular favor for Paris, her protégé. Apollo, the radiant god of music, prophecy, and healing, also cast his lot with Troy. Ares, the volatile god of war, notorious for his capricious nature, shifted his allegiances depending on his fleeting moods, sowing chaos wherever he went. Even Poseidon, the majestic god of the sea, found himself drawn into the tumultuous events, at times aiding the Greeks in their safe passage across the Aegean to Troy, at others stirring up tempestuous storms to impede their progress and sow despair. Yet, through the entirety of this monumental chaos, the relentless clamor of battles, the intricate web of divine schemes, and the pervasive interventions of the gods, Hypnos remained ensconced within the tranquil sanctuary of his cave, sleeping with an undisturbed serenity. One might indeed ponder how any entity, divine or mortal, could possibly slumber through such a universally renowned and earth-shattering conflict. The profound truth, however, lay in a wisdom that Hypnos had cultivated, a discernment that many of his more volatile Olympian counterparts never quite grasped. Occasionally, the most efficacious strategy for navigating a profound crisis is to remain entirely detached from it. He observed the nascent days of the war from the protective vantage point of his cave entrance, witnessing the vast armada of ships gathering on the horizon, hearing the distant, ominous echoes of war cries reverberating across the sea. Then, with a profound and deliberate calm, he simply retreated back to his bed, choosing the path of profound non-engagement. This deliberate withdrawal was neither a manifestation of laziness nor an act of cowardice. Hypnos possessed a unique and profound understanding that the core essence of the war was, in reality, a grand and destructive display of the gods' colossal egos, rather than any genuine concern for Helen, the city of Troy, or the myriad other justifications mortals proclaimed for their fighting. He clearly perceived that any direct involvement on his part would only exacerbate the already dire situation, and more importantly, it would undoubtedly shatter the precious tranquility of his carefully cultivated existence. Thus, he made a conscious and defining choice, one that would characterize his entire experience of the 10-year conflict. He resolved, with unwavering determination, to sleep through it. His meticulously ordered daily routine underwent only the most subtle of alterations. He continued to awaken around noon, diligently tending to his garden of soporific plants, and faithfully embarking on his nightly rounds to bestow the gift of sleep upon mortals. However, with an almost imperceptible precision, he meticulously avoided the blood-soaked battlefields of Troy. Rather than traversing directly over the active war zone, he chose to navigate significantly longer, circuitous routes around it. When weary soldiers on both the Greek and Trojan sides, desperate for respite, offered their prayers for sleep, Hypnos graciously answered their pleas, but always from a safe and strategic distance, dispatching his 3 sons, the Oneiroi, to deliver the much-needed slumber, while he himself remained securely nestled within the peaceful confines of his cave. The other gods, naturally, did not fail to notice his conspicuous absence from the grand theater of war. During one of their frequent and often acrimonious councils concerning the ongoing conflict, Zeus, the thunderous king, inquired pointedly about Hypnos' whereabouts. "Probably sleeping," muttered Ares, the impetuous god of war, who, ever eager for battle, possessed no comprehension for any deity who did not share his fervent martial zeal. Athena, the wise goddess, suggested that perhaps someone should rouse him and compel him to join the war effort. But Hera, who had previous strategic dealings with Hypnos and understood his unique temperament, shook her regal head. "Leave him be," she advised, her voice resonating with an unusual sagacity. "A rested god is, more often than not, a wise god." And Hera's insightful assessment proved profoundly accurate. While the other Olympian gods tirelessly exhausted themselves, relentlessly taking sides, fiercely battling one another, and constantly shifting their volatile loyalties, Hypnos remained remarkably fresh, calm, and utterly composed. He observed the entire sprawling conflict with the detached perspective of one watching ephemeral clouds drift lazily across the sky. Perhaps intellectually interesting, but ultimately and decisively not his immediate concern or responsibility. This profound detachment, however, did not imply a complete unawareness of the unfolding tragedy. His cave, by virtue of its unique proximity to the entrance of the underworld, afforded him a solemn vantage point from which he could perceive the spectral procession of dead warriors as they journeyed to the realm of the departed. Initially, a scattered few Greek soldiers passed, then some Trojans, their numbers steadily swelling as the arduous war relentlessly dragged on. Hypnos, ever courteous in his quiet realm, would offer a polite, almost imperceptible nod to these passing spirits as they glided past his tranquil garden. Yet he never engaged them in conversation. The somber duty of death, after all, belonged unequivocally to his twin brother, Thanatos, not to him. Despite his silent demeanor, some of the spectral figures, in their lingering despair, attempted to engage him. A young Greek soldier, his form translucent and weary, once paused at the entrance to Hypnos' cave and called out, his voice a faint whisper, "Great Hypnos, I perished far from my cherished home and find no true rest. Will you, in your boundless mercy, grant me peaceful slumber in the underworld?" Hypnos, with characteristic deliberation, carefully considered this unusual request. The soldier, he recognized, was not imploring him to take sides in the brutal war, but merely to perform his inherent, customary function. And so, with a gentle, silent gesture, he sprinkled a measure of his potent poppy powder over the weary spirit, who in turn offered a profound, grateful smile before continuing on his solemn journey to the eternal realm of the dead. Following this poignant encounter, Hypnos established a simple yet unwavering rule for himself. He would extend his benevolent aid to anyone who genuinely sought the solace of sleep, regardless of whether they were Greek or Trojan, mortal or god, living or already departed. Crucially, however, he would under no circumstances become directly involved in the actual fighting. This steadfast and profound neutrality served him exceptionally well throughout the long, arduous decade of the war, allowing him to fulfill his essential purpose without compromising his tranquil existence. The very fabric of the war was woven with the dramatic occurrences that captivated the other divine beings. There unfolded the fateful duel between Paris and Menelaus, a confrontation from which Paris emerged so utterly defeated that the goddess Aphrodite herself was compelled to intervene, spiriting him away enveloped in a shroud of mist. Later, the profound fury of Achilles ignited upon the demise of his cherished companion Patroclus, culminating in his legendary and brutal encounter with Hector. Furthermore, the conflict was punctuated by devastating plagues unleashed by Apollo, tempestuous gales conjured by Poseidon, and an innumerable array of intricate machinations orchestrated by the various deities, each striving to bolster their favored factions. Yet, amidst this ceaseless tumult and divine interference, Hypnos, the personification of sleep, steadfastly adhered to his serene and unwavering routine. He dedicated his time to the meticulous cultivation of novel varieties of somniferous flora, expanding his botanical repertoire. Through diligent experimentation, he ascertained that specific blends of herbs yielded superior results for distinct forms of repose: a light slumber for those whose duties necessitated easy awakening, a profound and restorative sleep for the utterly exhausted, and a tranquil, dreamless oblivion for those afflicted by profound worries. His expertise even extended to crafting specialized forms of rest tailored for unique circumstances: the swift, invigorating nap that rejuvenated without inducing lingering grogginess; the therapeutic sleep designed to expedite the recovery of injured physiques; and the profoundly peaceful slumber that assuaged emotional torment. His progeny, the revered dream gods, maintained their vital functions throughout the protracted conflict, though they ingeniously adapted their methodologies to suit the prevailing circumstances. Morpheus, the weaver of human-shaped dreams, found himself increasingly occupied with conjuring visions of cherished absent individuals, as countless soldiers yearned for the families they might never again behold. Isolus, the bringer of beastly and nightmarish forms, was tasked with confronting a surge in terrifying dreams, depicting the horrors of the battlefield, skillfully transforming them into idyllic scenes of peaceful animals to impart a measure of solace to the disturbed dreamers. Phantasus, the artisan of inanimate dreams, toiled relentlessly to create vivid mental images of home, familiar dwellings, the sturdy city walls, the verdant olive groves, for the warriors encamped upon distant, unfamiliar shores. The celestial family convened regular assemblies within the tranquil confines of Hypnos's cave to deliberate upon their ongoing endeavors. These gatherings bore no resemblance to the boisterous divine councils of Olympus, which often resounded with vehement shouts and crackling lightning bolts. Instead, they were characterized by hushed discussions held over unpretentious repasts. The pervasive conflict is adversely affecting the repose of everyone, Morpheus reported during one such intimate meeting, his voice tinged with concern. Even individuals residing far from the besieged city of Troy are experiencing unsettling, anxious dreams concerning its fate. Hypnos responded with a thoughtful nod. In that case, he articulated, we are bound to redouble our efforts to bestow peace upon them. However, it remains imperative that we steadfastly refuse to align ourselves with any particular side. This steadfast policy of neutrality was subjected to numerous rigorous trials. Hera, the majestic queen of the gods, in the midst of one of her intricate schemes against her husband Zeus, personally sought out Hypnos in his secluded grotto. She presented a magnificent and formidable figure, as breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifying as ever. Adorned with her radiant golden crown and cloaked in resplendent peacock feathers. "Hypnos," she commanded in her most imperious tone, her voice echoing with divine authority. "I require your assistance in inducing a profound slumber upon Zeus, thereby enabling me to aid the Achaeans without his troublesome intervention." Hypnos listened with unwavering courtesy, his expression serene, before gently shaking his head. "Illustrious Hera," he began, his voice calm and respectful, "I hold you in the highest esteem, but I cannot countenance taking sides in this ongoing conflict. Should Zeus genuinely require rest, I shall indeed grant it to him, for the gift of sleep is universally beneficial. However, I will not employ my powers to deceive him or to provide an advantage to either warring faction." Hera's luminous eyes immediately blazed with indignation. "Do you dare defy my direct command?" she demanded, her voice rising. "I am not defying you," Hypnos responded with unruffled composure. "I am merely upholding my principle of strict neutrality. This war, like all conflicts, will eventually conclude, but the necessity of sleep is an eternal truth. I prefer to preserve the sanctity of my fundamental duty rather than embroil myself in fleeting political machinations." To his surprise, Hera let out a short, sharp laugh. "You know what, Hypnos?" she mused, a flicker of admiration in her gaze. "You might very well be the wisest deity on Mount Olympus." She departed without uttering another syllable, and from that day forward, she never again importuned him regarding the war. Zeus himself, the mighty king of the gods, honored Hypnos's cave with his presence on one occasion, not to solicit aid for the war effort, but simply because he was utterly depleted by the incessant bickering and strife among the other deities concerning the conflict. He arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon, appearing more aged and profoundly wearier than Hypnos had ever witnessed him. "Do you possess any remedy for a headache that refuses to abate?" Zeus inquired, his voice heavy with fatigue. Hypnos, with his characteristic attentiveness, prepared a specialized concoction, a harmonious blend of chamomile and lavender, infused with water drawn from the mythical river Lethe. "This elixir will assist you in momentarily casting aside your burdens," he explained gently, "but only for a temporary reprieve." Zeus gratefully consumed the mixture and reclined upon a simple pallet that Hypnos customarily kept for his occasional visitors. Within mere moments, the sovereign of the heavens was peacefully snoring. He remained in a deep slumber for 3 consecutive days, and upon his awakening, he appeared rejuvenated by many years. "My profound gratitude," he expressed to Hypnos. "I required that restorative sleep far more profoundly than I had realized. Everyone, without exception, requires rest," Hypnos replied with quiet wisdom. "Even the gods." As the relentless war inexorably extended into its 6th, then its 7th, and subsequently its 8th year, Hypnos began to perceive profound alterations in the world encompassing him. The ceaseless hostilities were gradually eroding the spirit and vitality of everyone, not merely the combatants on the front lines. Families throughout the lands of Greece and Troy endured a perpetual state of apprehension and anxiety. Farmers found themselves unable to properly cultivate their fields, as the able-bodied young men had all been conscripted for the war. Children matured, knowing only narratives of battle and conflict, Even the Olympian deities themselves seemed to exhibit a weariness with the entire affair, though their inherent pride prevented them from openly acknowledging it. In this grim epoch, Hypnos's silent work transcended mere importance. It became absolutely indispensable. Mortals sought his gift of sleep, not solely to recuperate their physical bodies, but critically, to find temporary sanctuary from the unrelenting psychological burden of the war. He discovered himself more diligently occupied than at any prior time, traversing greater distances each night to extend his succor to all who desperately required his assistance. On some evenings, he would visit the wives of warriors, bestowing upon them tranquil dreams of their husbands' safe and imminent return. On other nights, he would bring profound rest to the mothers of both Greek and Trojan lineage, aiding them in temporarily forgetting their harrowing fears for a few precious, fleeting hours. The inherent irony of his situation was certainly not lost on him. While he meticulously abstained from direct involvement in the war itself, he was, in fact, laboring with greater intensity than any of the gods who were actively engaged in the conflict. Ares might inspire a solitary, monumental battle, but Hypnos, with his quiet power, brought peace and respite to thousands of individuals every single night. Athena might impart sagacity to a select few heroes, but Hypnos graciously offered rest to every soul who sought it, irrespective of their allegiance. In the 9th grueling year of the conflict, a particularly noteworthy phenomenon occurred. Hypnos was diligently performing his customary nightly rounds when he observed a distinct transformation in the nature of the prayers for sleep. Instead of merely entreating for relief from the anxieties engendered by the war, people had begun to implore for the cessation of the war itself. Greek mothers fervently prayed for the safe homecoming of their sons. Trojan fathers earnestly petitioned for the lifting of the protracted siege. Even some of the battle-hardened warriors were now praying not for victory, but for the profound blessing of peace. Hypnos, with a dawning clarity, realized that an all-encompassing weariness with the fighting had permeated every heart. Yet no one possessed the foresight or the means to bring it to a halt. The war had assumed the unstoppable momentum of a colossal wheel hurtling down a steep incline. It had gathered such immense impetus that no individual, divine or mortal, seemed capable of devising a method to arrest its progress. The gods found themselves inextricably locked into their established positions, their rivalries too entrenched. The various kings had uttered too many solemn vows and made too many unyielding declarations to contemplate retreat, and the soldiers, utterly exhausted, could do little else but continue the relentless fight. But Hypnos, in his profound and quiet wisdom, grasped a fundamental truth that had eluded all the other deities. Occasionally, the most efficacious approach to resolving an intractable problem is to patiently allow it to resolve itself. Wars, he understood, ultimately conclude not because one side achieves an overwhelming and decisive victory, but because every participant becomes too utterly fatigued to sustain the fighting any longer. His essential duty, therefore, was to sustain the populace, to help them endure until that inevitable moment arrived. And so he steadfastly maintained his routine, night after night, year after year. He delivered invigorating sleep to the weary, imbued hopeful dreams into the anxious, and provided profound rest to the troubled. He made no attempt to engineer the conclusion of the war or to select a victor. He simply executed his sacred task with unwavering quietude and steadfastness, much like a vigilant lighthouse keeper tending his vital beacon through the darkest and most tempestuous of storms. During this extended period, Hypnos began to discern a subtle yet beautiful transformation unfolding within his own cave. The continuous flow of weary visitors seeking his restorative rest had gradually imbued the place with a unique and profound sanctity. Word had spread quietly among the mortal populace that there existed a tranquil haven where anyone could discover solace and repose, entirely irrespective of their personal troubles or their wartime allegiances. Soldiers granted temporary leave from the front lines would undertake arduous pilgrimages to his cave, not to supplicate for victory in battle, but simply to experience a single night of undisturbed sleep, free from the torment of nightmares. These heartfelt visits collectively forged an extraordinary sanctuary. In the outermost chambers of his subterranean abode, Hypnos would occasionally observe Greek and Trojan soldiers slumbering peacefully side by side, their exhaustion so profound that their ingrained animosities had temporarily dissolved. Mothers from both warring factions would sit together in his verdant garden, engaging in hushed conversations about their sons, while partaking in soothing chamomile tea. Children who had tragically lost parents in the conflict would play innocently amidst the vibrant poppy flowers, discovering the kind of unadulterated peace that only the unburdened hearts of children can spontaneously generate. Hypnos, in his wisdom, never actively encouraged these spontaneous gatherings, but neither did he ever discourage them. He simply continued his essential work, allowing individuals to find whatever measure of comfort and respite they could within the serene confines of his domain. Occasionally, he would inadvertently overhear fragments of conversations that vividly illuminated the true, pervasive cost of the war, a cost far exceeding mere lives lost on the battlefield. It was a toll measured in abandoned aspirations, in interrupted romances, and in the simple, everyday human joys forgotten in the relentless pursuit of martial glory. An aged fisherman once confided in him, "I used to find immense pleasure in witnessing the sunrise over the glistening water. Now, each new day's dawn brings only renewed anxiety about what dreadful news it might carry." A young woman, her voice heavy with sorrow, revealed, "I was destined to marry my sweetheart before he departed for Troy. That was 8 years ago. I no longer even know if he still draws breath." A young child, with innocent eyes, once inquired, "Why do the grown-ups always appear so weary and sorrowful?" These poignant exchanges served as a constant reminder to Hypnos of the paramount importance of his unwavering neutrality. The war, he understood, was not merely a grand narrative of heroes and gods. It was profoundly affecting every single individual in ways both monumental and imperceptible. By steadfastly remaining aloof from the fighting, he possessed the unique capacity to aid all of these suffering people, not merely those deemed to be on the right side of history. His brother Thanatos, the somber deity of death, would sometimes pay visits during these arduous years, his countenance increasingly harried and worn down by his ceaseless duties. Death's grim work had multiplied exponentially throughout the duration of the war, and unlike Hypnos, he possessed no choice in remaining neutral. Thanatos was inexorably compelled to collect every soul that succumbed in battle, utterly irrespective of whether they were Greek or Trojan, a celebrated hero or a common foot soldier. "Do you never experience a pang of guilt?" Thanatos inquired one evening as they sat together, silently observing the sun's descent below the horizon. Everyone else is deeply embroiled in this momentous conflict, and here we are, merely attending to our usual, unchanging tasks. Hypnos pondered this profound question with careful consideration. So I believe, he finally articulated, his voice imbued with quiet conviction, that our customary work is, in this specific epoch, more vital than it has ever been. You, my brother, are facilitating people's transition from the realm of the living to whatever lies beyond. I, in turn, am assisting the living in discovering sufficient peace to persevere. This is not idly sitting on the sidelines. This is providing the fundamental bedrock that makes everything else remotely possible. Thanatos nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I suppose you speak truly. I simply encounter so many youthful countenances these days. Boys who ought to have had decades of life stretching before them. Second. And I, Hypnos gently countered, witnessed their families striving desperately to sleep despite the crushing weight of their grief. We cannot prevent death, nor can we definitively end wars, brother. But what we can achieve is to lighten the immense burden, making it a little easier to bear. As the formidable 10th year of the protracted conflict commenced, Hypnos began to perceive an undeniable shift in the cosmic currents. The very essence of the supplications reaching him was undergoing a profound transformation. Now imbued with a frantic urgency, a pervasive sense that all beings, both divine and mortal, were teetering on the precipice of utter exhaustion. Even Ares, the very embodiment of strife, appeared weary of the incessant clamor of battle, preferring the tranquil imbibing of nectar on Mount Olympus to the arduous task of galvanizing warriors upon the blood-soaked fields. The ultimate cessation arrived with startling abruptness, a characteristic often observed in conclusions that follow prolonged, incremental developments. It was Odysseus, the cunning strategist, who ingeniously devised the stratagem of the colossal wooden horse. The unsuspecting Trojans, swayed by its deceptive appearance, welcomed the edifice within their formidable ramparts, and thus, in a singular night of fiery destruction and chaotic pandemonium, the epic siege was finally brought to its resounding end. From the secluded depths of his cavernous abode, Hypnos observed the tendrils of smoke ascending mournfully over the fallen city of Troy, experiencing a complex melange of profound sorrow for the immense suffering endured, and a palpable sense of liberation that the relentless hostilities had at last ceased. In the immediate wake of this cataclysmic event, Hypnos's divine duties intensified considerably. There were countless displaced individuals requiring solace, survivors needing assistance to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of their psychological trauma, and seasoned veterans struggling desperately to reacclimate to the unfamiliar quietude of peacetime existence. The conclusion of a war, Hypnos profoundly learned, by no means signified the obliteration of its far-reaching consequences. Individuals carried the indelible imprints of memories and the invisible scars of conflict for many years thereafter. He found himself particularly engrossed in aiding the illustrious Greek heroes on their arduous homeward voyages. Many among them, having been absent for such an extended duration, found it exceedingly difficult to achieve restful slumber in conventional beds within silent chambers, bereft of the familiar, reassuring sounds of a bustling army encampment. Odysseus, throughout his protracted and perilous odyssey, would occasionally invoke Hypnos, seeking the elusive blessing of dreamless sleep, especially following harrowing encounters with monstrous entities or disquieting forays into the shadowy realms of the underworld. The surviving Trojans, conversely, required distinct forms of aid. Aeneas and his devoted adherents, embarking upon a desperate quest for a nascent homeland, yearned for dreams imbued with visions of hope and boundless possibility. The women tragically subjugated as slaves desperately needed slumber that could, however fleetingly, liberate them from the crushing weight of their grief and paralyzing fear. The tender children, who had miraculously endured the catastrophic fall of Troy, necessitated gentle, therapeutic dreams capable of assisting them in processing their profound trauma without overwhelming their fragile psyches. Through the entirety of this extensive post-war endeavor, Hypnos began to grasp something profoundly significant about the intrinsic nature of his divine vocation. Sleep, he realized, transcended mere physical repose. It was, in its deepest essence, a powerful conduit for healing, a vital mechanism for integrating harrowing experiences, and an indispensable preparation for whatever trials lay ahead. His steadfast neutrality throughout the prolonged conflict had not been a manifestation of passivity or self-interest. Rather, it had been an absolutely essential preservation of his capacity for the crucial restorative work that was destined to follow. As years steadily elapsed, the immediate reverberations of the conflict gradually receded, settling into the annals of history. The surviving champions reached their ancestral homes or established burgeoning new metropolises. The epic narratives of the war began to be meticulously recounted and continually embellished, growing in their retelling until they ultimately solidified into the foundational myths that underpinned Greek civilization. Yet for Hypnos, life gradually reverted to a semblance of its former rhythm. Although he was irrevocably altered by the monumental events he had silently witnessed, he had gleaned a crucial insight: that abstaining from direct engagement in a conflict did not equate to being disengaged or irrelevant. Sometimes the most profound contribution one could offer was to steadfastly maintain one's own integrity and diligently persist in performing the unique work that only one was capable of undertaking. While others fiercely contended for fleeting glory and vengeful retribution, he had quietly, yet profoundly, assisted countless individuals in navigating the most arduous decade of their existence. He had also acquired a deep understanding of the immense power inherent in small acts of kindness. A single night of truly restorative sleep might appear inconsequential when juxtaposed against the triumph of a decisive battle or the perilous navigation of tempestuous seas. Yet, for an individual who had not experienced peaceful slumber in countless months, it could signify the critical distinction between utter despair and nascent hope. The soothing cup of chamomile tea he gently offered to anxious mothers, the tranquil dream he tenderly sent to a frightened child, the profound, dreamless repose he provided to a traumatized soldier. These were not grand, theatrical gestures, but their impact was immeasurable and deeply significant. Most paramount, he had learned that neutrality was by no means synonymous with indifference. He harbored a profound and expansive compassion for every individual affected by the war, and it was precisely this boundless empathy that compelled him to refuse to align with any particular faction. His capacity for fellow feeling was sufficiently vast to embrace everyone, extending far beyond the confines of one side or the other in the great struggle. Occasionally, in later epochs, when erudite scholars ventured to his secluded cave, They would inquire whether he harbored any regrets about having missed such a momentous historical occurrence. Were you not curious as to its ultimate conclusion? They would ponder aloud. Did you not yearn to be an active participant in the unfolding of history? Hypnos would respond with a gentle smile, pouring them a fragrant tea brewed from the very herbs cultivated in his own serene garden. I was indeed an integral part of history, he would calmly assert, though not the segment that finds its way into the grand narratives inscribed in books. I was a custodian of the quiet history, the untold chronicles of ordinary individuals striving to navigate through extraordinary circumstances, the enduring saga of respite, recuperation, and persistent hope. He would then gesture towards his verdant garden, where vibrant blossoms still flourished, descendants of the very flora that had offered comfort to refugees fleeing the devastation of Troy. Every single night for a full decade, I dedicated myself to helping people discover peace. That, in essence, is my contribution to the grand tapestry of human endeavor. It may not possess the thrilling allure of engaging in heroic duels or constructing ingenious wooden horses, but it constitutes the fundamental bedrock upon which all other stories are made possible. As centuries inexorably passed, and the Trojan War receded into the mists of ancient history, Hypnos steadfastly continued his work with the same profound and quiet dedication. He extended his solace to people grappling with other wars, other devastating calamities, and other periods of immense societal upheaval and personal duress. His methods, though evolving with the changing eras, preserved their fundamental purpose: to impart rest and profound peace to anyone who sought it, irrespective of their current circumstances or their allegiances. He gradually became, in a sense, a patron saint for those who diligently toiled behind the scenes. The compassionate nurses who meticulously tended to the sick while others engaged in martial combat. The diligent farmers who cultivated sustenance while others pursued fleeting glory. The devoted parents who nurtured future generations while others chased ephemeral fame. They, like Hypnos, intuitively understood that the most profoundly impactful work often transpired in unassuming silence, devoid of public acclaim, yet yielding an immense and lasting influence upon the world. The cave itself, over time, transformed into a unique kind of pilgrimage site, albeit not in any formal religious connotation. It was simply a sanctuary where individuals inherently knew they could discover genuine repose. Weary travelers would pause there when their arduous journey became too demanding. New parents, overwhelmed by the relentless demands of sleepless nights, would seek its solace. Students, beleaguered by the intense pressures of examination periods, would arrive in search of tranquility. Artists whose creative inspiration had temporarily forsaken them would come to restore their inner equilibrium. Hypnos extended his welcoming embrace to all with the same gentle, unwavering hospitality. He never sought information regarding their beliefs, their political affiliations, their past missteps, or their future aspirations. He simply offered them the invaluable gifts he possessed: a profoundly peaceful haven for rest, potent herbs to alleviate their anxieties, and dreams meticulously tailored to their individual needs. As time wore on, visitors began to discern a remarkable phenomenon within the cave's tranquil confines. Individuals hailing from vastly disparate backgrounds, who might never have exchanged a single word in the external world, would invariably find themselves engaged in hushed, meaningful conversations within the serene garden. The pervasive atmosphere of peace seemed to possess an inherent power to dissolve the societal barriers that typically kept people apart. Former adversaries would unexpectedly discover their shared humanity. Complete strangers would forge bonds of friendship. Bitter rivals would attain a surprising degree of mutual understanding. This was not, strictly speaking, magic, though it certainly felt miraculous to those who experienced it. It was, rather, the natural and organic outcome of meticulously cultivating a space where individuals felt safe enough to be vulnerable, where their carefully constructed defenses could gently unravel, and where they could vividly recall the fundamental sensation of simply being human, unencumbered by the specific roles the demanding world imposed upon them. Hypnos observed these profound interactions with a quiet, deep satisfaction. This, he realized with striking clarity, was the ultimate objective he had been striving towards all along. Not merely the individual alleviation of weariness, but the creation of a tangible model for how the entire world could potentially function. A place where individuals genuinely cared for one another, irrespective of their myriad differences, where peace was championed and valued far above conflict, and where every single person could access the essential rest required to persevere. The god of sleep had grasped a profound truth that the god of war, Ares, had never comprehended, that sometimes the most potent action one could undertake was to meticulously construct a sanctuary where others could simply exist in peace. This was achieved not by coercing them into agreement, nor by aligning oneself with one side or another in their disputes, but by offering them a fundamental necessity that transcended all divisions: restorative rest, unconditional acceptance, and the invaluable opportunity to remember their shared, inherent humanity. And so, as you prepare to embrace your own slumber tonight, you carry within you the profound wisdom of Hypnos. In a world that often appears perpetually engaged in conflict with itself, you possess the power to choose to be a wellspring of peace rather than a catalyst for discord. You can consciously direct your energy towards the unique work that only you are capable of performing, rather than becoming entangled in every battle that clamors for your attention. You can extend genuine kindness to every individual you encounter, regardless of their allegiance in the struggles that fragment your community. Most importantly, you can internalize the crucial understanding that tending to your own well-being, ensuring adequate rest, diligently preserving your peace of mind, and nurturing your overall welfare is not an act of selfishness. It is, in fact, absolutely essential. Just as Hypnos in his tranquil cave, you can only effectively assist others in finding peace if you have first cultivated it within yourself. The enduring enigma of the god who remained detached throughout the Trojan War imparts a timeless lesson: that occasionally, the most profoundly heroic act we can perform is to resolutely refuse to be swept away by the omnipresent drama surrounding us. Sometimes, true wisdom manifests as a deliberate choice of tranquility over transient excitement, of enduring peace over ephemeral glory, and of long-term quiet service over fleeting fame. Yet there remains even more to glean from Hypnos and his understated sagacity. Let us further delve into his ongoing narrative, journeying into the years following the Great War, a period during which new and unforeseen challenges put his steadfastly peaceful approach to life to the ultimate test. One day, many years after the once mighty Troy had crumbled and faded into a mere echo of memory, a youthful goddess arrived to visit Hypnos's secluded grotto. Her name was Iris, and she served as the swift messenger of the gods, instantly recognizable by her iridescent rainbow-hued wings and her remarkable to traverse distances faster than thought itself. She was, in many fundamental respects, the antithesis of Hypnos, perpetually in motion, ceaselessly occupied, and constantly conveying urgent dispatches between the various deities. Hypnos, she declared, alighting gracefully at the entrance to his cave, her wings shimmering with the full spectrum of the rainbow's colors. I confess, I simply cannot fathom how you manage it. How do you maintain such an unwavering state of calm at all times? I am perpetually rushing from one crisis to another, burdened with messages concerning wars, devastating disasters, and incessant divine disagreements. I never, not for a single moment, experience true peace. The deity of slumber, Hypnos, lifted his gaze from the delicate chamomile blossoms he meticulously cultivated. Might you care for some refreshment? He inquired with an unassuming demeanor. Iris, the swift messenger, initially prepared to decline, citing her perpetual lack of leisure, yet the profound serenity emanating from the grotto's very essence compelled her to hesitate. In truth, she conceded, yes, I believe I would appreciate that. Seated side by side within the verdant garden, they partook of the soothing infusion brewed from ancient herbs cultivated within the very grounds for countless centuries. For Iris, this marked a profound moment of repose, an unfamiliar tranquility she had not experienced in many long decades. The incessant sensation of urgency, which had become her customary mode of existence, gradually began to dissipate. She found her awareness drawn to subtle intricacies she typically overlooked. The ethereal manner in which sunlight pierced the delicate poppy petals, the serene murmur of water cascading over smooth river stones, the faint whisper of foliage stirred by a gentle breeze. This brings a unique contentment, she articulated, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Sophie, I had genuinely forgotten the simple pleasure of remaining entirely still. Hypnos responded sagely, such is the plight of many. The contemporary world propels itself with tremendous velocity, fostering a pervasive belief that one must perpetually engage in significant endeavors. They have, regrettably, overlooked the profound truth that occasionally, the most crucial action one can undertake is simply to abstain from action. Iris inclined her head, a nascent comprehension illuminating her gaze. When I am ceaselessly in motion, I never truly apprehend the realities I rush past. I transmit dispatches concerning conflicts, yet I fail to contemplate the human toll exacted upon the individuals scarred by those hostilities. I bear tidings of catastrophes, but I neglect to absorb the profound implications of such news for the grieving households who receive it. Precisely, Hypnos affirmed. While alacrity holds its distinct utility, so too does quiescence. If one is perpetually in transit, there remains no interval for truly grasping the ultimate destination or purpose of one's journey. Subsequent to that pivotal encounter, Iris commenced a consistent pattern of frequenting Hypnos's tranquil abode. While diligently executing her responsibilities as the divine herald, she adeptly cultivated brief interludes of calm within her demanding itinerary. She would intentionally halt atop a majestic peak to witness the nascent splendor of the dawn. She would seek respite beside a placid brook, immersing herself in the serene symphony of flowing water. Furthermore, she made a conscious effort to tarry in human settlements, engaging in genuine dialogue with the populace, instead of merely transmitting dispatches and swiftly departing. These seemingly minor adjustments profoundly enhanced her efficacy as a messenger. By dedicating time to comprehend the profound human ramifications of the tidings she conveyed, she acquired the capacity to impart arduous pronouncements with heightened empathy and understanding. Granting herself these intervals of repose imbued her with augmented vitality for the truly imperative and pressing journeys. Through her dedicated cultivation of stillness, she honed a superior discernment, enabling her to judiciously assess which communications genuinely demanded immediate transmission and which could judiciously be deferred. The narrative of Iris's profound metamorphosis disseminated throughout the Olympian pantheon, prompting a succession of other celestial entities to seek out the secluded sanctuary of Hypnos's cavern. Apollo, the luminous deity of melodic arts and prophetic insight, presented himself when the perpetual demand to exude unparalleled brilliance and inspiration became an arduous burden. Artemis, the formidable goddess of the chase, sought solace when the relentless pursuit and incessant motion of her hunting excursions began to feel devoid of genuine purpose. Even Hermes, the cunning and agile trickster god, made an appearance when his ceaseless stratagems and intricate machinations started to appear utterly futile. While each esteemed guest gleaned distinct wisdom from Hypnos's tutelage, a universal revelation underscored their experiences. Apollo ascertained that profound silence possessed a potency surpassing even the most exquisite musical compositions. Artemis discerned that quiet contemplation and repose could unveil deeper truths about the natural world than all her vigorous expeditions combined. Hermes, in a surprising turn, comprehended that occasionally the most ingenious maneuver was to entirely forgo artifice and deception. This burgeoning influx of visitors, however, presented an intriguing conundrum for Hypnos. His hallowed grotto, traditionally a sanctuary of profound solitude and serene contemplation, was progressively transforming into a bustling nexus of activity. Both divine entities and mortal individuals sought his counsel, eager to unravel his esoteric tenets of tranquility and inner fulfillment. Yet, rather than perceiving this encroaching presence as an unwelcome disturbance, Hypnos sagaciously recognized it as a unique pedagogical prospect. He commenced imparting his wisdom, not through conventional academic instruction or didactic pronouncements, but rather through personal demonstration and subtle, benevolent mentorship. He guided his guests in the deliberate cultivation of a garden, devoid of haste. He illustrated the preparation of tea as a meditative ritual. He encouraged them to observe the celestial expanse without the compulsive need to categorize every cloud formation. Crucially, he instructed them that the sensation of ennui was not an affliction to be eluded, but rather a state to be welcomed and engaged with, serving as a portal to more profound comprehension. Among the myriad individuals who sought his counsel, a particular young mortal woman, Penthesilea, became one of his most steadfast and frequent callers. It is crucial to note that she was not the legendary Amazonian monarch of the same appellation, but rather an unpretentious daughter of a farmer, afflicted by persistent somnolent difficulties. Her birth had coincided with the climactic year of the protracted Trojan War, and this singular temporal alignment seemed to have imbued her with an unquiet, ceaseless energy that proved stubbornly enduring. Night after night, she would recline in wakefulness, her intellect relentlessly churning with anxieties pertaining to the subsequent day's labors, meteorological conditions, the well-being of her kin, and a multitude of other pressing preoccupations. "I have exhausted every conceivable recourse," she confided to Hypnos during her inaugural consultation. From restorative warm milk and the traditional mental exercise of counting ovine creatures, to various botanical elixirs prescribed by every sagacious matron in our community, nothing has yielded success. I am perpetually depleted, yet my cognitive faculties refuse to disengage sufficiently to permit me slumber. Hypnos afforded her a meticulous and empathetic hearing, subsequently posing an inquiry that elicited her astonishment. "As you recline in wakefulness during the nocturnal hours, upon what do your thoughts primarily dwell?" "Upon everything imaginable," she responded, a tremor in her voice. "All the tasks necessitating completion on the morrow, all the duties I inadvertently neglected today, all the potential misfortunes that might transpire, all the bygone events I yearn to alter. Therefore, your contemplation encompasses every facet of existence save for the immediate present," Hypnos astutely remarked. "I suppose that is accurate," Penthesilea conceded, a hint of resignation in her tone. "However, the current instant merely entails lying supine in my bed. There is absolutely nothing captivating or stimulating about that." Hypnos offered a gentle smile. "Allow me to impart a crucial insight regarding the present moment. It stands as the sole temporal reality that genuinely manifests. The past has irrevocably vanished and remains impervious to modification. The future has yet to unfold and may never materialize precisely as your imagination constructs it. The present moment constitutes the singular domain where your true existence resides, and it is exclusively within this domain that you can attain genuine tranquility." Hypnos subsequently imparted to her an uncomplicated yet profound regimen. Rather than endeavoring to expunge her consciousness of all cognitive activity, she was instructed to concentrate her awareness upon a singular sensory input at any given moment. The subtle rhythm of her respiration as it entered and exited her body, the faint thrum of her own pulse, the tactile impression of the covering against her epidermis, the ambient warmth or coolness of the atmosphere upon her visage. Should your thoughts commence their inevitable straying towards the anxieties of the approaching day, he patiently elucidated, resist the urge to confront or suppress them. Instead, with a tender resolve, redirect your focus to the chosen anchor of your present awareness. Envision this process akin to the gentle tutelage of a young canine. One does not reprimand the puppy for its natural inclination to wander. Rather, one calmly and persistently entices it back to the desired position. The transformation was not instantaneous, demanding a period of sustained effort. Yet progressively, Penthesilea mastered the art of slumber. Crucially, beyond merely attaining restorative sleep, she also cultivated the capacity to discover pockets of serenity within her diurnal existence. She ascertained that the mundane task of bovine lactation could transmute into a form of contemplative practice, provided she directed her full cognizance to the rhythmic repetition inherent in the chore. Similarly, she realized that the laborious act of eradicating unwanted flora from her garden could become a tranquil endeavor. If she centered her awareness upon the tactile sensation of her hands interacting with the earth, rather than allowing her mind to be consumed by the myriad other responsibilities awaiting her attention. The compelling account of Penthesileia's profound transformation quickly propagated throughout her village, inspiring a growing number of individuals to undertake the pilgrimage to Hypnos's secluded sanctuary. They arrived burdened by an extensive array of afflictions: chronic sleeplessness, pervasive anxiety, uncontrollable wrath, profound sorrow, and a deep-seated bewilderment concerning their life's intrinsic purpose. Hypnos extended his benevolent assistance to each, not by furnishing them with explicit solutions, but rather by guiding them in the methodology of unearthing their own resolutions within the tranquil recesses of their inner consciousness. A formidable blacksmith presented himself, his temperament marred by an intense fury that adversely impacted his craftsmanship. Hypnos instructed him to harness the rhythmic cadence of his hammer blows as a meditative exercise, thereby converting his roaring forge into a crucible of mindful engagement. A shrewd merchant sought aid, his ceaseless preoccupation with pecuniary gains rendering him distrustful of every acquaintance. Hypnos elucidated how to cultivate gratification in the unadorned act of supplying beneficial commodities to his community, entirely irrespective of the monetary dividends. A youthful mother visited, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the relentless exigencies of nurturing 3 small progeny. Hypnos imparted techniques for cultivating pockets of serenity, even amidst domestic pandemonium, to discern the inherent charm in her children's ebullient mirth, to locate composure in the simple ritual of preparing their sustenance, and to employ the gentle rhythmic sway of lulling an infant to sleep as her personal conduit to repose. Throughout the entirety of these diverse engagements, Hypnos himself was acquiring profound insights commensurate with the wisdom he disseminated. Each individual who journeyed to his sanctuary contributed their distinctive viewpoint regarding life's inherent adversities, their innovative stratagems for surmounting obstacles, and their sagacity forged in the crucible of personal experience. Consequently, the grotto evolved beyond a mere locale, where Hypnos unilaterally imparted sagacity, transforming instead into a vibrant nexus where profound understanding was mutually exchanged and collaboratively generated. Among the array of individuals who sought Hypnos's guidance, one visitor stood out with particular distinction, an aged warrior named Sthenelus, a veteran of the epic Trojan War. He had served as a steadfast comrade to the renowned hero Diomedes throughout the protracted and arduous long siege, diverging significantly from the common plight of many demobilized soldiers who grappled with harrowing nocturnal terrors and distressing recollections. Sthenelus presented a peculiar predicament. He harbored a profound longing for the conflict itself. "I am aware that this sentiment may appear incongruous," he confessed to Hypnos, "but those epical days constituted the zenith of my existence, when I felt most vitally animated. Each sunrise brought with it profound significance. Every strategic choice possessed the gravitas of determining either survival or demise. Every aspect of life was imbued with paramount importance. Everything demanded immediate attention. Everything held intrinsic purpose. Now, having returned to the domestic sphere, a profound sense of triviality pervades my days. I perform the routine task of milking the caprines. I meticulously cultivate the olive groves. I recline by the hearth with my spouse, and in its entirety, it all feels utterly devoid of substance." Hypnos grasped the core of Sthenelus' lament without hesitation. "You have in essence developed an ingrained dependence upon states of emergency and peril," he articulated. "During your tenure in active warfare, There was no imperative to ponder the overarching significance of your existence, for mere survival itself provided ample purpose. Now, having attained a state of security, the profound existential inquiries have resurfaced, proving more formidable to resolve than they were in your youth. Precisely, Sthenelus affirmed, his voice tinged with a weariness that belied his warrior past. I experience my days as if I am merely somnambulating through them. I yearn for the sensation of being utterly cognizant, completely immersed in the current instant, vibrantly alive. Yet that profound state of being is entirely recoverable, Hypnos reassured him with conviction. You simply require instruction on how to unearth profound significance within periods of tranquility, rather than exclusively within the throes of crisis. The potent intensity you experienced during the conflict stemmed from your absolute and undivided concentration upon the immediate present. You possess the innate capacity to cultivate that same profound attentiveness within the fabric of your ordinary, everyday life. Hypnos, a figure of profound tranquility, meticulously guided Sthenelus to channel the same unwavering concentration he had once dedicated to the brutal theater of war into his newfound, placid pursuits. Instead of merely performing the habitual motions of milking his goats, Sthenelus was encouraged to discern the distinct character of each animal, to appreciate the delicate interplay of morning light upon the verdant pasture, and to savor the deep contentment derived from nurturing his kin. Similarly, his tending of olive trees transcended a simple chore. He learned to perceive every tree as a vibrant, sentient entity possessing its own unique spirit and specific requirements. The true objective is not to infuse the act of milking goats with the adrenaline of battle, Hypnos elucidated with a calm demeanor. Rather, the aim is to unearth the profound types of meaning and inherent satisfaction that emerge from a life of peace, distinct from the clamor of conflict. These satisfactions, while different in nature, are by no means diminished in their intrinsic value. Over time, Sthenelus progressively cultivated a profound sense of purpose, rooted in his roles as a devoted husband, an accomplished tiller of the soil, and a respected pillar of his community. He discovered that extending aid to a neighbor grappling with a challenging harvest could resonate with as much significance as assisting a comrade amidst the chaos of combat. He found that observing his olive groves burgeon and flourish year after year yielded a distinct brand of gratification, one entirely different from the fleeting triumph of a single skirmish. I confess, I doubt I would have grasped this truth had it not been for the war, he confided to Hypnos during one of his reflective visits. Enduring such an intense ordeal imprinted upon me the imperative of paying meticulous attention. Now, I am simply applying that honed skill in a vastly different context. That, indeed, is the peculiar boon that arduous experiences often bestow upon us, Hypnos responded thoughtfully. They compel us to embrace a state of complete presence. The enduring challenge, however, lies in sustaining that presence even when the currents of life once more become comfortably smooth. These compelling narratives of profound personal metamorphosis began to diffuse their influence far beyond the secluded confines of the cave. Individuals who had absorbed the lessons of peace from Hypnos would invariably return to their respective communities, disseminating their newfound wisdom not through overt proselytizing or formal instruction, but through the simple, compelling example of living a transformed existence. A shrewd merchant, having learned to glean genuine joy from his daily labors, would treat his clientele with an enhanced measure of benevolence, thereby initiating a pervasive ripple effect of goodwill. A mother who had discovered an inner sanctuary of peace amidst the maelstrom of domestic life would nurture children who, in turn, exhibited greater security and self-assurance. A diligent farmer, having cultivated an appreciation for the present moment, would approach his work with heightened satisfaction and markedly diminished stress. Consequently, the cave acquired a reputation as a sanctified space where individuals could learn to enhance their lives, not by altering their external circumstances, but by fundamentally recalibrating their internal relationship to those very circumstances. Hypnos, with characteristic humility, never advertised his unique services nor actively pursued recognition for his profound work. He merely remained accessible, a steadfast beacon for anyone earnestly seeking to uncover the elusive path to inner peace. And thus, his reputation spread organically, woven into the intricate tapestries of human connection. As the inexorable march of decades unfolded, Hypnos began to discern a subtle yet significant shift in the caliber of his visitors. The individuals now seeking his counsel were articulating more profound inquiries, yearning for transformations of a deeper, more existential nature. Their quest extended beyond the mere alleviation of sleeplessness or anxiety. They were earnestly seeking a fundamental comprehension of the very essence and nature of existence itself. Among these seekers was a philosopher named Diogenes, not the renowned cynic of historical fame, but a less celebrated thinker who found himself ensnared by profound questions concerning the ultimate meaning of life. He had meticulously perused all the seminal works of philosophy, had diligently studied under the tutelage of the most esteemed educators, and had engaged in innumerable intellectual debates. Yet despite this vast accumulation of knowledge, he harbored an unsettling sensation that he was still missing something truly fundamental. "I possess such an immense store of knowledge," he confessed to Hypnos, his voice tinged with a palpable frustration. "Yet I grasp so little. I can eloquently debate the intricacies of virtue, but I remain incapable of embodying it. I can meticulously discuss the concept of happiness, yet I am far from happy myself. I can lucidly explain the paramount importance of wisdom, but I feel utterly devoid of it." Hypnos, with a gesture of quiet hospitality, poured aromatic tea for both of them, allowing a comfortable silence to settle between them for a considerable duration before offering his considered response. "Knowledge and genuine understanding are inherently distinct phenomena," he finally articulated. "Knowledge is the information one assimilates from scholarly texts and the teachings of mentors. Understanding, conversely, is the profound insight one unearths through the lived experience of life itself. One can possess an encyclopedic knowledge about the mechanics of sleep without ever having experienced a truly restful night. One can meticulously study the theoretical frameworks of peace without ever having truly felt its soothing embrace. But how then do I bridge this chasm?" Diogenes pressed, his brow furrowed with earnest inquiry. "How do I transmute my vast knowledge into authentic understanding?" "Through consistent practice," Hypnos stated with elegant simplicity. "Not the practice of abstract philosophy, but the deliberate practice of simply being human. Instead of merely contemplating virtue, endeavor to embody virtuous conduct for a single day and observe the resultant shifts within you. Instead of endlessly dissecting happiness, commit to performing one action that brings you genuine joy without subjecting it to intellectual analysis. Instead of merely expounding upon wisdom, strive to make one truly wise decision, guided by the intuitive wisdom of your heart, rather than the analytical dictates of your head. Diogenes dedicated several weeks within the tranquil sanctuary of the cave, diligently endeavoring to translate his voluminous philosophical knowledge into tangible lived experience. He discovered, with a dawning realization, that knowing gratitude was an important virtue was entirely distinct from experiencing a profound, heartfelt gratitude for the simple, nourishing meal Hypnos shared with him each day. He found that grasping compassion intellectually was a world apart from genuinely feeling a profound empathy for the other troubled individuals who sought solace at the cave. "I have been dwelling predominantly within the confines of my own mind," he recognized one day, a newfound clarity illuminating his features. "I erroneously believed that wisdom resided solely in the intellect. But I now perceive that true wisdom resides in the intricate connection forged between my head and my heart, my hands and my daily, deliberate actions." Another visitor who left an indelible impression upon Hypnos was a young woman named Cassandra, though she was not the ill-fated prophetic daughter of Priam. This Cassandra was a gifted weaver who had tragically lost her innate ability to create. She had once been celebrated throughout her entire region for the breathtaking beauty of the tapestries she meticulously wove. However, following a devastating series of personal tragedies, she found that her hands trembled uncontrollably, rendering her incapable of properly manipulating the loom. "It is not merely the incessant shaking," she elaborated to Hypnos, her voice laced with despair. "It is that I can no longer perceive the intricate patterns." I used to possess the ability to envision an entire tapestry in my mind's eye before even commencing the weaving. But now my mind is an unnavigable chaos. I cannot retain a single coherent image long enough to translate it into thread. Hypnos, with his characteristic perceptiveness, understood that her profound difficulty was not fundamentally about the act of weaving itself. It was, at its core, a crisis of trust. The harrowing tragedies she had endured had instilled in her a stark realization that life was inherently unpredictable and fraught with peril, and this pervasive sense of uncertainty was systematically obstructing her capacity to commit to any creative vision. Weaving, at its very essence, demands an act of faith, he gently informed her. Faith that the intricate pattern you initiate will ultimately prove worthy of its completion. Faith that your hands, through muscle memory, will recall their practiced skill. Faith that the meticulous work you undertake today will retain its significance tomorrow. You have, regrettably, lost that essential faith, and without it, genuine creation becomes an impossibility. "But how then do I reclaim it?" she pleaded, her voice tinged with anguish. "How do I learn to trust once more when I have witnessed firsthand how swiftly everything can unravel?" "Begin with the smallest steps," Hypnos wisely suggested. "Do not endeavor to weave a grand, epic tapestry. Simply strive to weave one perfect line. Release your anxieties about whether it will endure for eternity. Instead, focus entirely on rendering it as exquisitely beautiful as you possibly can in this precise moment." He meticulously instructed her to approach her loom with the same mindful attention he devoted to his thriving garden. with an unwavering focus on the immediate task at hand, rather than being consumed by apprehension regarding the ultimate outcome. Instead of attempting to meticulously plan an entire tapestry, she learned to concentrate solely on the individual threads she was presently manipulating. Instead of fretting over whether her work would be inherently meaningful, she learned to unearth profound meaning in the simple, mindful act of creation itself. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, her hands ceased their trembling. Gradually, her inner vision became clear and unclouded. Gradually, she began to weave once more. Not with the frantic, desperate urgency of someone striving to forge something immortal, but with the serene, patient satisfaction of an individual who had learned to discover profound joy in the unfolding process itself. "I finally understand," she confided to Hypnos during one of her regular visits. "I was inadvertently attempting to weave my deep-seated fear of loss into every single thing I created. Small wonder it resulted in such chaos. Now instead, I am learning to weave my acceptance of inevitable change into my work. The resulting patterns are indeed different, but they possess a far greater honesty." Her tapestries, when she finally resumed their creation, were undeniably distinct from her earlier, more conventional work. They exuded a newfound softness, a more organic flow, with intricate patterns that seemed to subtly shift and transform as one contemplated them. People universally declared them to be the most breathtaking creations she had ever produced, though she herself cared considerably less about their external beauty than about the profound internal peace she experienced while bringing them into being. These inspiring sagas of personal transformation continued to proliferate and multiply throughout the ensuing years. Each individual who discovered profound healing and solace within the gentle embrace of Hypnos's cave carried that healing energy back into their respective communities, where it would, in turn, subtly yet profoundly touch and alter countless other lives. The venerable old soldier, having learned to unearth profound meaning in the tranquility of peace, became an exemplary role model for other veterans grappling with their own post-war adjustments. The gifted weaver, having courageously overcome her debilitating fear of loss, inspired a multitude of other artists to persist in their creative endeavors despite confronting their own personal tragedies. The insightful philosopher, having learned to embody his hard-won wisdom, transformed into a sage teacher capable of guiding others in bridging the often daunting chasm between mere knowledge and genuine understanding. Yet perhaps the most pivotal lesson gleaned from this rich tapestry of stories was one that Hypnos himself was still actively assimilating. He had consistently perceived his fundamental role as assisting isolated individuals in their personal quest for peace. However, he was gradually beginning to grasp the profound realization that his true life's work extended far beyond. It was, in essence, contributing to the creation of a more universally peaceful world. Every single person who learned to achieve more restful sleep, to diminish their anxieties, to discover profound satisfaction in simple, everyday activities, to approach life with an enhanced measure of patience and compassion. Each of these transformed individuals invariably made their own specific corner of the world a little more serene and harmonious. The cave had transcended its initial function as merely a place of individual healing. It had, in a deeper sense, evolved into a vital seed bank for the cultivation of global peace. Individuals would journey there to learn the intricate art of cultivating inner calm. And then they would faithfully return to their communities to meticulously plant those precious seeds within the fertile ground of their own lives and relationships. The cumulative impact, though gradual in its unfolding, was undeniably profound, akin to the enduring way a solitary candle can illuminate a multitude of other candles without ever diminishing the brilliance of its own steadfast flame. Rest deeply, for your slumber is not a retreat from the world's myriad challenges, but rather a vital period of replenishment, fortifying you to confront them with invigorated resolve and acute discernment. Drift into peaceful dreams, confident that the grand tapestry of existence will continue its unceasing weave while you undergo this essential restoration. And awaken with the dawn, prepared to offer your unique contributions of tranquility and solace to whatever trials may present themselves. Emulate the serene wisdom of the divine being who understood that true might often resides in stillness, in maintaining inner peace, and in remaining steadfast to one's intrinsic purpose, irrespective of how vehemently the external world clamors for conflict. Recall that within you, much like every soul who journeys to the ethereal abode of hypnos, resides the innate capacity to discover calm amidst disarray, significance amidst ambiguity, and contentment within the rhythms of everyday life. The profound insight of the deity reputed to have slept undisturbed through the tumult of the Trojan War persists in every individual who opts for repose over agitation, harmony over contention, and enduring affection over impulsive wrath. May your sleep be profound, your nocturnal visions restorative, and your waking hours imbued with the quiet contentment that springs from an authentic alignment with your most cherished principles. The saga commences in an epoch when celestial beings traversed the ethereal realms above, and mortal eyes dared not ascend to their lofty dwelling. Mount Olympus, a colossal bastion, pierced the heavens, its summits perpetually shrouded in enigmatic mists and profound mystery. Within its hallowed precincts resided the most formidable entities conceivable. Zeus, the sovereign, wielded his formidable thunderbolts. Poseidon commanded the vast, tumultuous oceans. Apollo, with radiant authority, guided the sun's fiery chariot across the firmament. Yet, amidst this pantheon of formidable deities, there existed one who stood apart, inherently distinct. His appellation was Hephaestus, and he presided over the domains of roaring fire and intricate metalwork. Hephaestus presented a stark contrast to his divine brethren. While they were universally lauded for their exquisite beauty and flawless forms, he was born with a congenitally malformed leg, compelling him to navigate the world with a pronounced limp. His visage bore the indelible marks of his tireless labor, perpetually smudged with the soot and ash from his infernal forge. His hands, calloused and rugged, attested to countless years spent shaping incandescent metal and wrestling with untamed flames. The other gods, in their gilded splendor, frequently derided him surreptitiously, whispering cruel jests behind his back. They branded him unsightly, asserting his unworthiness to dwell amongst their perfect ranks. Even mortal children, catching sight of him, would point and murmur hushed insults. So pervasive was the disdain that even the lowliest attendants on Mount Olympus would avert their gaze upon his approach. Nevertheless, an unparalleled gift distinguished Hephaestus. He possessed the extraordinary ability to forge creations beyond the imaginative scope of any other deity. With his mighty hammer and resonant anvil, He could transmute raw metal into any conceivable form. He crafted armaments that unerringly found their mark, never failing their wielder. He fashioned exquisite jewelry that shimmered with a brilliance surpassing that of distant stars. He erected majestic palaces that appeared to defy gravity, gracefully suspended in the very air. His expansive workshop teemed with marvelous automatons and ingenious contrivances, each imbued with a life of its own, meticulously assisting him in his arduous tasks. Golden effigies, servants crafted from the purest ore, yet animated by his unique divine essence, attended to his every need. The most profound anguish in Hephaestus's existence stemmed from his fraught relationship with his mother, Hera. She reigned as the queen of the gods, the formidable consort of Zeus. Hera was renowned for her resplendent beauty and her notoriously volatile temperament. She was intensely proud and consumed by vanity, placing immense importance on outward appearances. Upon Hephaestus's birth, Hera cast a single glance upon her son and was instantly overwhelmed by an unbearable shame. She could not countenance having produced such an aesthetically displeasing offspring. The humiliation seared within her breast like corrosive acid. How could she, the epitome of divine beauty, have given birth to such a lamentable creature? According to certain ancient narratives, Hera was so utterly repulsed by her son's physical form that she summarily cast him from the lofty heights of Mount Olympus when he was but an infant. Hephaestus endured a precipitous descent for a harrowing 9 days and 9 nights before finally plunging into the vast expanse of the ocean. There, he was discovered by compassionate sea nymphs, who lovingly nurtured him within the confines of an enchanting underwater grotto. They instilled in him virtues of kindness and gentleness, yet even their profound affection could not entirely mend the deep-seated wounds in his heart. The searing memory of his mother's unequivocal rejection became an enduring presence, a spiritual scar that never truly faded. Conversely, other accounts posit that it was Zeus who, in a fit of divine fury, hurled Hephaestus from the sacred mountain. This drastic action occurred when Hephaestus, in a courageous act of filial devotion, attempted to shield his mother during one of Zeus's infamous outbursts of rage. Zeus, seizing his son by the ankle, mercilessly flung him earthward. The catastrophic fall shattered Hephaestus's leg, rendering him permanently lame. Regardless of the specific perpetrator, the youthful god gleaned a harsh truth early in life. His own progenitors harbored no desire for him. He learned, with bitter clarity, that love was a fragile commodity upon which he could not reliably depend. Growing up in profound isolation from his immediate family, Hephaestus was compelled to cultivate a fierce self-reliance. It was during this period of solitude that he unearthed his extraordinary aptitude for manipulating metal and harnessing the power of fire. The benevolent sea nymphs diligently provided him with an abundance of raw materials, and he devoted his days to the creation of exquisite artifacts. He fashioned intricate jewelry and elaborate embellishments for their submerged dwelling. He meticulously constructed an array of sophisticated tools and formidable weapons for his own use. Most significantly, he came to understand that his hands possessed the unique ability to conjure marvels that even the supposedly perfect gods were incapable of conceiving. His workshop, therefore, evolved into his sacred sanctuary, the sole refuge where he felt an authentic sense of belonging. The submarine grotto that served as Hephaestus's residence was akin to an otherworldly domain. Its coral walls emitted a soft, ethereal luminescence. Schools of iridescent fish glided gracefully past his windows, their vibrant hues a constant source of wonder. The rhythmic murmur of the waves overhead created an unceasing, soothing symphony. Within this tranquil haven, enveloped by the boundless kindness of the sea nymphs, Hephaestus experienced the true essence of unconditional love. They never ridiculed his physical imperfections, nor caused him to feel shame. Instead, they lavished praise upon his ingenious creations and ardently fostered his burgeoning talents. In essence, they became the devoted family he had been so cruelly denied. As Hephaestus matured, his prodigious skill ascended to legendary status. Even the formidable gods dwelling on Mount Olympus began to hear whispered tales of the astonishing objects he could bring into being. Consequently, they found themselves increasingly reliant on his unparalleled abilities to craft their weapons, their tools, and their magnificent palaces. Gradually, they commenced the slow process of readmitting him into their exalted world. Yet Hephaestus never expunged the memory of his mother's callous treatment. Deep within his heart, a smoldering anger festered, akin to an inextinguishable flame. Each night, he would lie awake, tormented by the recollection of her rejection. Each day he pondered, with agonizing persistence, why she could not embrace him for who he was. Years elapsed, and Hephaestus ascended to the esteemed position of the official blacksmith to the gods. He maintained his own magnificent workshop on Mount Olympus, a colossal edifice perpetually ablaze with unquenchable fires and teeming with magically animated tools. The workshop itself was immense, boasting soaring ceilings and walls meticulously adorned with every conceivable implement. Enormous bellows relentlessly pumped air into furnaces that burned with a heat more intense than the sun itself. Anvils resonated with the powerful clang of his hammer as he meticulously shaped divine metals into forms of impossible beauty and complexity. He meticulously forged Zeus's formidable thunderbolts and Poseidon's awe-inspiring trident. He fashioned impenetrable armor for the divine warriors and exquisitely tailored garments for the goddesses. Every deity, without exception, sought his indispensable assistance, and in due course, they began to accord him a measure of respect commensurate with his extraordinary talents. However, respect, Hephaestus keenly understood, was a far cry from genuine affection. The other gods approached him solely when their needs dictated, but they conspicuously failed to extend invitations to their lavish festivities or include him in their convivial discussions. They treated him as a supremely gifted artisan, a valuable asset, rather than as a true peer. And Hera, his mother, persisted in her frigid demeanor towards her son. She would occasionally grace his workshop with her presence to commission various desired items, but she consistently withheld any semblance of maternal warmth or tenderness. Instead, she would critically appraise his work and voice complaints regarding the duration of his tasks. Her demeanor suggested she was bestowing a favor upon him by merely allowing him to serve her. This persistent emotional neglect inflicted upon Hephaestus a pain more profound than any physical injury he had ever sustained. Thus, the workshop for Hephaestus became a paradoxical space, simultaneously his greatest source of pride and his most confining prison. Within its fiery embrace, he possessed the boundless freedom to bring any figment of his imagination to life. Here his skills were utterly unparalleled, and his power over creation was absolute. Yet within these very walls, He remained profoundly alone, encircled by his magnificent creations, but utterly deprived of the one thing his heart most desperately craved, his mother's love. He would labor tirelessly for days on end, without respite, striving to lose himself entirely in the intricate demands of his craft. But no matter the breathtaking beauty or ingenuity of his creations, they proved utterly incapable of filling the aching void in his soul. One fateful day, Hera swept into his workshop, radiating an air of regal authority, to present a very particular request. She was resplendent in her most exquisite robes, her head held high with an almost imperious pride. She desired a magnificent new throne for her celestial palace. It was to be the most breathtakingly beautiful throne ever conceived, a fitting seat for the queen of the gods. She stipulated that it must be lavishly adorned with the purest gold and studded with the most precious gemstones. It needed to be both sumptuously comfortable and monumentally impressive. Above all, she emphatically declared, it must unequivocally convey to all who beheld it the immense importance and undeniable power she commanded. She meticulously detailed its every desired feature, down to the minutest embellishment. The gold, she insisted, had to be of an unparalleled purity. The gems were to be the rarest specimens, gathered from the farthest reaches of the earth. The overall design, she demanded, must be so utterly magnificent that even other goddesses would be consumed by envy. Hephaestus listened intently to his mother's exacting demands, betraying little emotion. He simply nodded, outwardly agreeing to undertake the formidable task of crafting the throne. He posed a few perfunctory questions concerning its precise dimensions and the specific materials she favored. His voice remained quiet and respectful, offering no discernible hint of the tempestuous thoughts swirling within his mind. Hera departed his workshop without so much as a word of thanks. She simply expected his unquestioning obedience, much as any queen would expect her most subservient attendants to comply. She failed entirely to notice the subtle tightening of his jaw, or the way his hands instinctively clenched into rigid fists once her formidable presence had receded. But the instant Hera was gone, Hephaestus began to meticulously formulate a plan that diverged dramatically from his mother's explicit requests. The god of fire and metalworking had reached the absolute limits of his endurance, weary of the incessant ill-treatment at the hands of his own mother. He was utterly exhausted by her unyielding coldness and her casual cruelty. He was tired of being consistently taken for granted and utterly ignored. He resolved with a cold, calculating determination that the time had come to impart a lesson she would never, ever forget. He would indeed fashion for her the most exquisitely beautiful throne she had ever beheld. But this unparalleled masterpiece would harbor a cunning surprise, a hidden mechanism designed to ensnare her and, in doing so, finally compel her to acknowledge his existence and truly pay attention to him. For an arduous period of weeks, Hephaestus meticulously conceived every intricate facet of his elaborate retribution. He painstakingly sketched detailed designs by the flickering firelight, toiling late into the silent hours of the night. He precisely calculated the exact measurements required for his ingenious trap. He rigorously tested a myriad of different metals, searching for the perfect amalgamation of unparalleled strength and absolute invisibility. He was utterly determined that the throne should be flawless in every conceivable aspect, including its surreptitious underlying purpose. This, he knew, would be his magnum opus, the singular creation that would, at long last, bestow upon him the leverage he so desperately needed to fundamentally alter the nature of his deeply fractured relationship with his mother. Hephaestus devoted himself entirely to the creation of the regal seat, toiling ceaselessly both day and night. Forged from the most exquisite gold and lustrous silver, these precious metals seem to emanate their own inherent luminescence, shimmering with an ethereal glow. He meticulously embedded a myriad of priceless gemstones, each expertly cut to capture and refract light, casting a vibrant spectrum of rainbows across the vast chamber. Dazzling diamonds glittered like fragments of captured starlight, while vibrant rubies blazed with the intense hue of divine blood. Verdant emeralds, meanwhile, shimmered with the profound, mysterious depths of the ocean itself. His hands, guided by a singular vision, meticulously sculpted designs of such intricate detail that they appeared to possess a life of their own, seemingly poised to undulate and breathe. Delicate flowers and winding vines gracefully encircled the sturdy legs of the throne, while an array of birds and graceful butterflies adorned its elegant armrests. The expansive backrest of the throne was a tapestry of carved scenes, depicting pivotal moments from the illustrious lives of the gods, each individual figure rendered with an astonishing, unwavering precision. This magnificent chair was, without question, a veritable tour de force, a masterpiece of unparalleled artistry that surpassed any previous creation from his forge. Yet, cunningly concealed within its breathtaking grandeur were intricate mechanisms, entirely imperceptible to the casual observer. The throne incorporated invisible golden chains, ingeniously integrated into its very structure, within both its arms and its legs. These ethereal bonds were fashioned from a unique alloy, a special metal Hephaestus himself had ingeniously concocted, boasting a strength that dwarfed any material found on either earth or in the heavens. Crucially, they remained entirely unseen and unfelt until their activation. This extraordinary metal was further imbued with potent enchantments, rendering it utterly impervious to breakage or severance by any known means. Furthermore, the throne harbored a clandestine trigger, designed to unleash this concealed trap. Once an individual settled into the seat and leaned back with a specific, calculated posture, the chains would instantaneously spring to life, firmly securing their unsuspecting occupant. The trigger itself was calibrated with such exquisite sensitivity that it would respond to precisely the right measure of pressure and movement. Hephaestus subjected this crucial component to exhaustive trials, experimenting repeatedly with varying weights and angles, ensuring its flawless operation. His resolve was absolute. Once his mother was ensnared, her escape would be an impossibility. Despite his vengeful intent, Hephaestus also meticulously ensured that the formidable chains would inflict no physical injury upon her. His aim was not to cause bodily harm. Rather, the chains were specifically engineered to hold her firmly, yet without discomfort. They were designed to avoid cutting into her divine skin or causing her any pain whatsoever. His sole objective was to render her utterly helpless, thereby compelling her to finally heed his words. For the first time in his arduous existence, she would be utterly incapable of simply walking away from him or summarily dismissing his presence. She would be forced to remain, confined, and listen intently to everything he had to articulate. The monumental task of crafting this elaborate throne consumed many months. Day after arduous day, Hephaestus labored tirelessly, commencing at the first blush of dawn and continuing well into the late hours of the night. His already scarred hands became further calloused and marked from the relentless handling of searing hot metal. His back perpetually ached from the constant bending over his mighty anvil. His eyes grew weary and strained from the intense, blinding brilliance of his forge's flames, yet his unwavering dedication never faltered. This particular throne was destined to be his unequivocal declaration to the world, a profound testament to the extraordinary capabilities of his creative genius. More significantly, it would afford him the long-awaited opportunity to finally confront his mother concerning the profound injustices and callous treatment he had endured at her hands. Upon the completion of his monumental endeavor, Hephaestus stepped back, taking a moment to survey and admire his prodigious handiwork. Even he, the master craftsman, found himself awestruck by the sheer magnificence of what he had brought into being. The throne appeared to throb with an intrinsic vitality and an ineffable beauty. Every polished surface caught and reflected the ambient light in a myriad of breathtaking ways. The embedded precious stones seemed to encapsulate tiny, shimmering fragments of the rainbow. The gleaming gold radiated like molten sunlight, casting a warm, resplendent glow. The intricate carvings were executed with such astonishing realism that they almost seemed poised to detach themselves from the throne and traverse the very confines of the room. It was, beyond any shadow of a doubt, the most exquisite piece of furniture ever conceived or fashioned. However, Hephaestus found no genuine elation as his gaze fell upon his crowning achievement. Instead, his heart was a complex nexus of satisfaction, intertwined with a profound melancholy. The throne, though undeniably beautiful, was simultaneously a meticulously constructed snare, born from years of profound pain and searing rejection. He harbored a deep, wistful desire that he might have been able to create it purely as a heartfelt gift for a mother who genuinely cherished him. He longed for a reality where he could present it to her with unbridled pride, rather than with the bitter sting of anger. Yet such idyllic wishes belonged to a vastly different realm, a world where maternal affection was unconditional, irrespective of a child's outward appearance. With an air of elaborate ceremony, Hephaestus orchestrated the delivery of the magnificent throne to Hera's opulent palace. He dispatched it accompanied by a carefully composed note, inscribed upon the most exquisite parchment, and sealed with a delicate impression of golden wax. The message humbly declared the throne to be a token of his esteem, an homage intended to honor her exalted position as the revered queen of the gods. He expressed his sincere apologies for the protracted duration of its creation and voiced his earnest hope that she would deem it worthy of her unparalleled greatness. The entire missive was crafted with an artful blend of humility and profound respect, offering not the slightest intimation of the insidious fate that truly awaited her. He even thoughtfully included a brief, elegant poem, lavishing praise upon her divine beauty and sagacious wisdom. The arrival of the extraordinary gift immediately ignited a considerable commotion within Hera's grand palace. The assembled servants clustered around the resplendent throne, uttering gasps of sheer astonishment at its breathtaking beauty. Never before had their eyes beheld anything so utterly marvelous. The gold seemed to radiate an inner warmth, glowing with a soft, inviting light. The meticulously placed jewels sparkled like a constellation of distant stars. The intricate carvings were so rich in detail that one could easily spend hours engrossed in their examination, continually discovering new and captivating wonders. News of the queen's incredible gift from her son swiftly propagated throughout the entire palace, spreading like wildfire. Hera herself was utterly captivated and filled with immense delight upon first beholding the throne. It surpassed even the most vivid imaginings she had entertained, proving to be even more exquisitely beautiful than she had dared to conceive. The burnished gold gleamed with the pure intensity of sunlight, and the myriad jewels glittered with the brilliance of celestial bodies. The plush cushions, upholstered in silk so fine it felt like drifting clouds, appeared soft and irresistibly inviting. The entire majestic piece seemed to pulse with an intrinsic, radiant luminescence. She circumnavigated it slowly, her gaze lingering on every minute detail, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of the gold and the intricate patterns of the carvings. She found herself consumed by an eager anticipation, longing to finally sit upon it and proudly display it to the other gods of Olympus. In her burgeoning excitement, she summoned her retinue of servants, desiring them to bear witness to this momentous occasion. She wished for them to observe her as she gracefully assumed her place upon this magnificent throne, and subsequently to disseminate tales of her regal splendor to all who would listen. She vividly envisioned the expression that would cross Zeus's face upon seeing her majestically seated on such a breathtaking seat. She pictured the undeniable envy that would ripple through the other goddesses once they comprehended that no other deity possessed anything remotely as spectacular. Devoid of even the slightest hint of suspicion, Hera confidently approached the resplendent throne and settled herself carefully upon its cushions. Initially, every sensation was one of utter perfection. The throne offered an unparalleled comfort, instantly imbuing her with a profound sense of power and elevated importance. The sumptuously soft cushions provided impeccable support, cradling her form perfectly. The armrests were positioned at precisely the ideal height, offering a natural and comfortable repose for her arms. She leaned back, a serene smile gracing her lips, contemplating the profound impression she would undoubtedly make upon everyone who beheld her royal seat. She felt, in that fleeting moment, like the true and undisputed queen of the gods, enthroned upon a seat truly worthy of her supreme status. But then, an unsettling change began to manifest. Hera felt an inexplicable sensation, something coiling and tightening around her wrists and ankles. Her gaze dropped, and she witnessed golden chains materializing from seemingly nowhere, firmly binding her to the throne. At first, she dismissed it as a trick of her eyes, a momentary illusion. The chains appeared to emerge directly from the throne itself, growing organically from the golden metal like living, serpentine vines. She instinctively attempted to rise, but the unseen bonds held her immovably in place. She struggled, straining with all her divine might to break free, but the chains proved far too resilient, even for a goddess. She was, in an instant, completely and utterly trapped. Paradoxically, the chains possessed an exquisite beauty, forged from the very same luminous golden metal as the throne itself. They appeared almost like elaborate jewelry, adorned with minute gems and delicate, intricate patterns. Yet beneath their deceptive beauty, they held her with an unbreakable, unyielding strength. They wrapped around her wrists like ornate bracelets and encircled her ankles like elegant golden shackles. More chains swiftly materialized, crisscrossing her chest and waist, pressing her firmly and irrevocably against the back of the throne. Initially, Hera rationalized the situation, believing this must surely be some kind of inexplicable error. Perhaps the throne harbored certain magical properties that she simply did not yet comprehend. She urgently summoned her servants to her aid. When they arrived, their faces registered profound shock and disbelief at the sight of their queen ensnared in golden chains. They frantically attempted to pull the chains away, but their hands passed directly through the ethereal bonds as if they were composed of mere light or mist. They then resorted to employing various tools and weapons, but nothing proved effective. The chains seemed to exist in a distinct, separate realm, visible and solid enough to hold Hera captive, yet utterly intangible and impervious to anyone else's touch. The servants, now gripped by a rising panic, scattered throughout the palace, urgently calling for assistance. They swiftly returned, accompanied by palace guards, esteemed advisors, and revered priests. Everyone present attempted different methodologies to liberate their queen. They brought formidable swords, heavy axes, and powerful hammers. Yet these weapons had absolutely no discernible effect on the mystical chains. They recited potent magic spells and ancient hallowed prayers, but the chains remained steadfastly strong and unyielding. They even procured various oils and potions, mistakenly believing these might dissolve the mysterious bonds. But nothing, absolutely nothing, changed. Hera remained inextricably bound to the throne, her fear and anger escalating with each passing minute. News of the Queen of the Gods' unprecedented predicament spread like wildfire across the entirety of Mount Olympus. Zeus, upon hearing the alarming reports, came rushing to ascertain what calamity had transpired, his thundering footsteps causing the very palace to tremble as he ran. When his eyes fell upon his beloved wife, trapped in the glittering golden chains, his face flushed crimson with an incandescent rage. Overhead, thunder rumbled ominously as his divine fury intensified. He unleashed his mighty thunderbolts, sending crackling bolts of lightning streaking through the chamber in a desperate attempt to shatter the chains. But even his supreme power proved insufficient to destroy them. The chains merely absorbed the raw energy of the lightning, seemingly growing stronger in the process. Poseidon, the formidable god of the seas, arrived next, bringing with him the immense power of all the world's oceans. He endeavored to wash away the chains with his tumultuous floods, sending torrents of water crashing through the opulent palace. But the water simply flowed harmlessly around the chains, leaving them entirely unaffected. Apollo, radiant in his sun chariot, then attempted to melt the chains with the scorching intensity of his sunlight. He focused the full, concentrated power of the sun upon the golden bonds, but they did not even register a rise in temperature. Artemis discharged her swift silver arrows, Athena applied her profound wisdom, and Ares wielded his fearsome weapons of war. Yet, despite their combined might and divine intervention, nothing yielded any success. All the gods of Olympus eventually converged around Hera's ensnaring throne, desperately seeking a solution to free her from her predicament. They brought forth their most potent weapons and their most intricate magic spells. They invoked ancient, forgotten powers and consulted long-lost secrets. They pored over arcane tomes and even sought the counsel of the enigmatic fates. But all efforts were in vain. The chains held Hera as tightly and firmly as ever, and she grew increasingly incensed with each passing hour. Her face became flushed crimson, a testament to her profound embarrassment and overwhelming rage. She, who was accustomed to effortlessly commanding the obedience of others, now found herself utterly and irrevocably helpless. The palatial chambers resounded with the cacophony of deities deliberating heatedly on their next course of action. Some among them advocated for dismantling the ornate throne brick by brick, convinced that a direct assault might sever its mysterious hold. Others proposed enlisting the aid of the formidable Titans or other primordial forces, believing their ancient power might counteract the enchantment. A few voices wondered if this dire predicament might be the malicious work of some unseen adversary, intent on inflicting harm upon the venerable royal family. Yet every proposition proved utterly fruitless. The throne, it seemed, was enshrouded in an enchantment of unparalleled potency, far exceeding any magic they had previously encountered. Ultimately, a voice proposed soliciting the intervention of Hephaestus. After all, he was revered as the divine master of the forge and metallurgy, and, crucially, the very artificer responsible for the throne's conception. If anyone possessed the skill to undo the intricate fastenings, it would undoubtedly be him. This suggestion, while resonating with logical clarity, simultaneously engendered a palpable unease among the assembled gods. They had all observed the accompanying missive that arrived with the throne, boldly proclaiming it a benevolent offering from Hera's son. If this was truly a devious snare, then the chilling implication was that Hephaestus himself had orchestrated this elaborate deception. When the Olympian Council dispatched emissaries to his formidable workshop, Hephaestus unequivocally declined the summons. They found him engrossed in his craft, skillfully shaping incandescent ore upon his anvil, his hammer ringing with rhythmic precision. He attended to their urgent plea with an air of unwavering concentration, his rhythmic hammering uninterrupted. When the messengers finished explaining the dire situation, he succinctly declared that he was presently occupied with more pressing endeavors, and thus unable to lend his assistance. The emissaries were utterly dumbfounded. How, they silently questioned, could he forsake his maternal progenitor in such a profound crisis? The gods, upon the messengers, return recounting this astonishing development, were equally astounded. How could Hephaestus rebuff the desperate plight of his own matriarch? In their mounting desperation, they dispatched additional envoys, proffering a veritable bounty of accolades and elevated standing if he would but come and liberate Hera. They vowed to bestow upon him glittering hoards of aurum and precious gems, promising a more exalted station among the divine pantheon. They even offered to construct him a vastly expanded atelier and to ensure he received heightened esteem. But Hephaestus reiterated his unyielding response without variation. He was preoccupied to lend his assistance, affirming that he had alternative paramount tasks demanding his attention. With each passing day, Hera persisted in her inescapable confinement within the throne. She found it impossible to partake of sustenance with any semblance of grace, as the constraining metallic bonds rendered her limbs in an ungainly, fixed posture. Restful slumber eluded her entirely, as she was unable to recline. She could neither traverse the hallowed halls of her regal abode, nor discharge her sovereign responsibilities as the divine queen. She was compelled to endure an unyielding immobility, powerless and profoundly mortified, as all eyes were fixed upon her lamentable plight. Attendants presented her with nourishment and vital fluids, yet even these rudimentary necessities were transformed into intricate and deeply discomfiting rituals. The other gods, observing Hera's escalating torment, started to grasp the stark truth. This was no mere happenstance. Someone had engineered this elaborate snare with deliberate intent, and the growing consensus pointed to none other than Hephaestus. They at last comprehended that the uncomely deity, whom they had long derided and overlooked, was possessed of a might far exceeding their previous estimations. He had devised a method to render even the formidable sovereign of Olympus utterly incapacitated. This revelation proved simultaneously terrifying and profoundly awe-inspiring. If Hephaestus could inflict such a fate upon Hera, they mused with growing trepidation, what formidable retribution might he mete out against any among their divine ranks? Zeus himself was incensed to an unprecedented degree. Flashes of blinding lightning perpetually illuminated the celestial peaks of Mount Olympus, mirroring the crescendo of his divine wrath. He imperatively commanded Hephaestus to instantly liberate his consort. He dispatched his most esteemed heralds, bearing menacing declarations and non-negotiable demands. He threatened to hurl his offspring from the sacred heights of Olympus once more if he did not obey, promising dire consequences if Hephaestus persisted in his contumacious rebellion. But Hephaestus, having discovered that his unparalleled craftsmanship bestowed upon him an unforeseen leverage over even the most formidable deities, was now devoid of any lingering apprehension. The exchanges between the Olympian father and his estranged son escalated in acrimony. Zeus could not fathom how his afflicted offspring would exhibit such audacious defiance. Hephaestus, conversely, could not comprehend why his father believed mere intimidation would prove efficacious when genuine affection and due deference had been systematically withheld for an aeon. The other gods observed this profound clash of wills with a mixture of captivated interest and mounting trepidation. They had never witnessed anyone confront the sovereign Zeus with such unyielding temerity, and they began to wonder if perhaps they had gravely misjudged the potency inherent in ingenuity and masterful artistry. At length, Hephaestus transmitted a definitive communication, stating that he would render his aid solely on the condition that Zeus and Hera provided him with reciprocal compensation. However, what he coveted was neither glittering aurum, nor precious gems, nor an elevated station. What Hephaestus truly desired was unreserved esteem. He yearned to be accorded the dignity of parity by the other gods. He wished for his mother to recognize him unequivocally as her legitimate progeny, and to bestow upon him the tender affection befitting a maternal bond. He sought a sincere contrition for the protracted period of frigidity and harsh treatment. Most profoundly, he desired for them to comprehend that external physical imperfections did not diminish one's inherent value or spiritual essence. Hephaestus's stipulations sent a tremor of bewilderment through the gathered deities. They were habitually accustomed to resolving quandaries through the application of sheer might and brute coercion. The notion that an individual would covet something as seemingly basic as deference and affection struck them as profoundly alien. They were eternal entities who wielded dominion over the very elements of creation. How could they fathom the profound, intrinsically mortal desires for affirmation and inclusion. Yet Hera's predicament grew increasingly distressing with every son's descent, and the situation necessitated the urgent procurement of a viable resolution. The gods found themselves in a precarious quandary. They stood in dire need of Hephaestus's intervention. Nevertheless, they were profoundly reluctant to concede their past misjudgments concerning their harsh treatment of him. They were habituated to wielding unassailable authority, and it proved an arduous psychological hurdle to acknowledge that one whom they had so disdainfully marginalized now held the reins of their collective destiny. Hubris, a formidable and pervasive trait, permeated the divine pantheon, and the act of acknowledging fallibility was a concept utterly foreign to their exalted natures. A faction among the deities contended vociferously that they ought not capitulate to Hephaestus's audacious stipulations. They argued that it would establish a perilous example if divine parents could be compelled to offer contrition by their progeny. Conversely, others underscored the stark reality that Hera's plight was rapidly escalating towards a critical juncture. She had been ensnared for a full septenary, and her physical well-being was visibly deteriorating. She was experiencing a profound enfeeblement from her prolonged, unyielding posture, and her regal spirit was verging on collapse beneath the crushing weight of public impotence and indignity. But Hera herself was experiencing an escalating torment with the relentless march of time. The ornate, once-coveted throne had transformed into an inescapable jail, each fleeting minute stretched into an eternity, every hour an arduous age. She was unable to evade the burgeoning comprehension that her estranged son harbored no intention of facile capitulation. She commenced a profound introspection concerning her conduct towards him throughout the preceding epochs. In an unprecedented moment of clarity, she began to fathom the immense anguish she had inflicted upon him through her persistent disavowal and emotional frigidity. Immobilized within the confines of the throne, day after arduous day, Hera was afforded no recourse but ceaseless contemplation. She recalled with vivid clarity the epoch of Hephaestus's nativity and the profound disillusionment that had gripped her upon beholding his malformed limb and disfigured visage. She remembered her callous act of discarding him as one would a damaged plaything, utterly indifferent to his subsequent fate. She remembered the myriad occasions throughout the annals of time wherein he had striven assiduously to ingratiate himself, presenting her with earnest offerings and endeavoring to merit her maternal affection. She remembered how she had consistently spurned his overtures and relegated him to the status of a mere menial, rather than acknowledging him as her rightful progeny. In an epical moment within her eternal existence, a novel and discomfiting emotion stirred within her, profound mortification regarding her past conduct. She comprehended the unconscionable harshness she had inflicted upon her son, not as a merited consequence of his being, but rather stemming from her own overwhelming hubris and superficial vanity, which precluded her acceptance of a child divergent from her preconceived ideals. She realized she had prioritized the perceived reflection of his physical form upon her own grandeur over the profound depths of his emotional state and fundamental requirements. The divine matriarch, whose entire existence had been predicated upon the pursuit of aesthetic flawlessness and supreme elegance, now perceived the profound moral ugliness inherent in her own deeds. She had disavowed her progeny on the basis of an intrinsic characteristic utterly beyond his volition. She had deliberately denied affection to an individual in dire need of its solace. She had, in essence, forged the very chains of wrath and bitterness that currently ensnared her. Ultimately, she recognized with chilling clarity that she had, through protracted years of deliberate cruelty and profound parental neglect, constructed her own inescapable incarceration. With the relentless march of time, Hera's attention was drawn to hitherto unobserved intricacies within the very structure of her metallic confinement. Notwithstanding its malevolent function as an intricate snare, it was fashioned with an astonishing blend of profound devotion and unparalleled artistry. Each minute element bore the hallmark of absolute perfection. Every sculpted embellishment represented a triumph of artistic expression. Her estranged son had dedicated arduous months of labor to meticulously fashioning an object of exquisite beauty, specifically for her. Even amidst the meticulous orchestration of his retribution, the throne stood as an undeniable magnum opus, a resounding testament to Hephaestus' prodigious talent and incandescent brilliance. A profound comprehension dawned upon her. The outward aspect of her son bore no correlation whatsoever to his intrinsic value, either as an individual or as a divine entity. Though his hands might bear the indelible marks of toil and possess a rugged texture, they were nonetheless capable of fabricating marvels beyond the capacity of any other artisan. His visage, while perhaps failing to conform to conventional canons of handsomeness, concealed a mind of incandescent intellect and boundless inventiveness. His corporeal form might exhibit certain imperfections, yet within him resided a heart capable of both profound affection and acute suffering. Her perception had been entirely obscured by a superficial gaze, preventing her from discerning these deeper truths. Ultimately, following a full septenary of enforced incarceration, Hera articulated a resolution that astonished all present, not least herself. She declared her unequivocal willingness to accede to Hephaestus's stipulations. She would tender a sincere apology and henceforth accord him the deference rightfully due to him, both as her progeny and as a divine being. Crucially, her contrition would emanate from a place of genuine conviction. Her protracted period of confinement within the throne had imparted a profound lesson, revealing the error not merely in her past deeds, but in the very ideological framework governing her perception of her son. Zeus registered profound astonishment at his consort's unexpected pronouncement. He had anticipated a more protracted resistance from her, a continued insistence upon the discovery of an alternative means for her liberation. Yet, he could not deny the palpable transformation that had occurred within Hera throughout her period of incarceration. Her visage bore the marks of weariness and profound humility, yet simultaneously radiated a nascent wisdom hitherto unseen. Following a period of spirited debate and extensive deliberation, Zeus, too, consented to elevate Hephaestus to a more esteemed rank within the divine pantheon, and to ensure his equitable treatment by all denizens of Mount Olympus. Upon being apprised of the acceptance of his formidable conditions, Hephaestus experienced a complex tapestry of exaltation interwoven with profound ambivalence. While unequivocally victorious, a perplexing disquietude settled upon him regarding the true nature of his triumph. For countless years, he had harbored this singular aspiration. A moment when his formidable mother would finally accord him due recognition and offer sincere contrition for her past cruelties and neglect. Yet, now that this long-awaited vindication was materializing, It proved to be far less palatable than his fervent imaginings had promised. Consequently, he gently set aside his formidable hammer, abandoning the familiar confines of his bustling workshop, a sanctuary he had not departed for what felt like an eternity. The arduous journey toward his mother's opulent residence seemed to stretch interminably, each stride heavy with portent. With every deliberate footfall, his mind wrestled with the precise articulation of his sentiments. This momentous confrontation, meticulously choreographed in his thoughts over countless years, now presented an unforeseen dilemma regarding its ultimate denouement. A significant facet of his being still resonated with profound indignation and the sting of past injuries. Another, equally compelling part yearned for liberation from the burdensome yoke of protracted sorrow. Yet amidst this emotional maelstrom, a tender, resilient ember of hope flickered, a fervent desire that, against all historical precedent, his formidable mother might at last embrace genuine affection for her son. Upon his eventual arrival at his mother's grand palatial abode, he observed a considerable assemblage of divine beings still clustered intently around the regal throne. The throng respectfully parted, affording him passage, their gazes fixed upon him with an almost palpable intensity. A contingent of these celestial observers regarded him with burgeoning deference, having recognized the sheer intellectual prowess that had allowed him to cleverly circumvent their collective wisdom. Conversely, an undercurrent of trepidation permeated certain quarters, as whispers circulated about potential further ingenious contrivances concealed within the depths of his formidable workshop. Nevertheless, a unanimous comprehension settled upon them all. This seemingly infirm, physically marked deity possessed a formidable, indeed perilous, strategic acumen, far surpassing their prior estimations. Hephaestus proceeded with deliberate, measured steps towards the imposing throne, his characteristic gait, a pronounced limp, now undeniably accentuated, drawing every eye. He was acutely aware of the collective, unwavering scrutiny, each divine gaze an expectant vigil for the impending resolution. There, enthroned in the magnificent golden seat, sat Hera, her regal bearing diminished, replaced by an air of profound weariness and an uncharacteristic display of contrition. The surrounding pantheon remained intently congregated, their collective attention riveted on the unfolding drama, eager to witness its next pivotal development. Indeed, the atmospheric pressure of anticipation within the grand hall was so exceptionally dense, one could almost imagine it being physically cleaved by a blade. An extended, silent tableau unfolded as mother and son exchanged profound, searching glances, their unspoken communication reverberating through the hushed hall. Hera's gaze met the depths of her son's eyes, where she discerned an undeniable anguish, a poignant suffering that she herself had meticulously etched there through decades of unrelenting rejection and calculated cruelty. Conversely, Hephaestus perceived a remarkable transformation upon his mother's countenance, an unexpected, nascent tenderness that had been conspicuously absent throughout their shared history. A mutual, profound realization dawned upon them both. This singular, pivotal juncture would irrevocably shape the entire trajectory of their future familial bond. Breaking the weighty silence, Hera initiated the dialogue, her tone remarkably subdued and imbued with a palpable humility. Addressing him as "my son," she confessed, I have spent numerous days in profound contemplation of the grave injustices I have inflicted upon you. A stark realization has now illuminated my understanding. My error was fundamental, originating from the very outset. At your birth, my perception was tragically clouded by an overwhelming preoccupation with your physical form, preventing me from truly discerning the magnificent individual you are. I cast you aside, driven by a profound sense of personal disgrace. Yet, the true ignominy I now comprehend resided entirely within myself, not with you. A momentary hesitation punctuated her confession, as she grappled with articulating sentiments entirely foreign to her previous discourse. You are my progeny, and it was my sacred duty to have cherished you from the instant of your arrival into this world. Your outward visage holds no true significance. What genuinely resonates is the essence of your inner being. Indeed, my eyes are now open to your extraordinary nature. Your artistic genius surpasses that of any among us. Your intellect, I now perceive, is far more profound than I ever acknowledged. And your inner fortitude, my son, exceeds every measure of my previous, regrettable underestimation. Hephaestus absorbed his mother's profound pronouncements, a complex confluence of sentiments swirling within him. These were the very declarations he had silently yearned for, tirelessly anticipating them throughout the entirety of his existence. The fervent indignation that had smoldered within his breast for countless seasons at last commenced its gradual, tentative abatement. However, a complete and unreserved absolution remained beyond his immediate grasp. The moment for such ultimate reconciliation had not yet arrived. There remained crucial truths he felt compelled to utter, profound emotions necessitating articulation. Addressing her as mother, his voice, though remarkably stable, resonated with an undeniable depth of feeling. Can you truly fathom the profound desolation of maturing under the pervasive conviction that your own progenitors harbored no desire for your presence? Can you comprehend the piercing ache of observing other offspring in the tender embrace of their mothers, while perpetually questioning why such affection was denied to me? Throughout the passing years, I relentlessly endeavored to curry your favor, meticulously crafting exquisite artifacts, clinging to the faint hope that these offerings might elicit a solitary, benevolent utterance or a fleeting, tender caress. Instead, your consistent demeanor relegated me to the status of a mere bondsman, rather than acknowledging me as your rightful progeny. As her son's poignant narrative unfolded, Hera's eyes welled with an unbidden torrent of tears, reflecting the depth of his emotional revelation. A stunning realization struck her. Never before had she genuinely contemplated the profound repercussions of her past conduct upon his spirit. Her consciousness had been entirely consumed by her personal mortification and shattered expectations, tragically eclipsing any consideration for the immense suffering she had inflicted upon him. A choked, "I'm sorry," followed by a raw, reiterated, "I'm so very sorry," escaped her lips in a barely audible whisper. I am acutely aware that mere linguistic expressions are utterly incapable of nullifying the profound wounds I have inflicted upon your soul. Nonetheless, I implore you to understand that I harbor an unreserved and profound remorse for every instance of my frigidity, every harsh utterance, and every solitary occasion I averted my gaze from you in your moments of deepest vulnerability. The assembled deities bore witness to this intensely personal exchange, their attention captivated by an almost voyeuristic fascination. Such unvarnished, visceral emotionality, particularly within the confines of familial relations, was an entirely novel spectacle for them. The vast majority had ascended to their celestial stations imbued with inherent authority and universal veneration from birth. Consequently, the bitter sting of rejection or the arduous struggle to earn affection were experiences wholly alien to their pampered existences. This poignant dialogue between a mother and her son served as a profound revelation, expanding their collective consciousness to encompass a spectrum of emotions and life experiences previously beyond their comprehension. As his mother's earnest contrition resonated through the chamber, Hephaestus perceived a subtle yet profound metamorphosis occurring within his own being. The potent indignation that had fueled his existence for such an extended period was gradually ceding ground, supplanted by a nascent, undefined sentiment. While not yet a complete and unconditional absolution, it manifested as the tangible dawning of a potential for profound emotional restoration. A stark and undeniable realization solidified within him. He stood at a critical crossroads, confronted with a momentous personal decision. The path diverged. He could perpetually cling to the corrosive embers of his wrath, or he could embark upon the challenging endeavor of constructing an entirely novel foundation for his relationship with his mother. The gravity of this choice rested solely upon his shoulders, unburdened by external influence. At last, his voice steady with resolved emotion, he uttered, "I forgive you, Mother. This absolution is granted not because I deem your past actions justifiable, but because I am utterly weary of bearing the crushing weight of this enduring resentment. My earnest desire is to forge a genuine, reciprocal connection with you, provided you are equally committed to this endeavor. However, it must be unequivocally understood that our dynamic will undergo a fundamental transformation from this moment forward. Never again will I tolerate being regarded or treated as anything less than my intrinsic worth dictates." Immediately following his profound declaration, Hephaestus extended his hand and deliberately made contact with a cleverly concealed mechanism integrated into the throne's ornate armrest. In an instant, the shimmering golden bonds, which had held Hera captive, dissolved with the ethereal swiftness of dissipating morning mist, granting her immediate emancipation. She rose with a deliberate slowness, her limbs protesting with a noticeable stiffness, a consequence of her prolonged, unmoving confinement. For the first time in countless decades, her gaze settled upon her son, entirely devoid of the familiar shadows of shame or disillusionment, replaced instead by an expression that bore the unmistakable fledgling hallmarks of genuine maternal pride. Taking a tentative step forward, Hera then, to the collective astonishment of all present, enfolded her son in a tender embrace. The initial contact was undeniably clumsy, a testament to their complete lack of prior physical affection. Neither seemed entirely certain of the proper execution of such an intimate gesture. Yet, with a gentle, almost imperceptible shift, they gradually yielded to the comfort of the embrace, finding solace within each other's arms. Thus, mother and son, long estranged by the pervasive chasm of protracted anguish and profound misapprehension, at last navigated their arduous path back to a shared connection. The other deities observed this profound culmination of the familial drama with unreserved astonishment. They had, in effect, been privy to a truly extraordinary phenomenon: the transformative capacity of forgiveness, capable of mending even the most grievous and deeply entrenched emotional scars. Commencing from that auspicious day, a fundamental and irreversible transformation permeated the relationship between Hera and Hephaestus. Her subsequent visits to his bustling workshop were no longer predicated on issuing imperious directives, but rather driven by a genuine fascination with his most recent ingenious creations and a sincere desire to simply share his company. She became a fervent advocate, lavishing praise upon his masterful craftsmanship and enthusiastically extolling his extraordinary capabilities to the other members of the Olympian pantheon. The corrosive emotion of shame, which had long defined her perception of him, was utterly supplanted by an undeniable and profound sense of maternal pride. Should any other deity dare to jest about his physical form, she would rise to his defense with an unwavering, fierce protectiveness. Her vision, once clouded by superficiality, had finally cleared, allowing her to perceive beyond the outward facade to the incandescent, gifted, and profoundly loving individual residing within. Furthermore, Zeus, the sovereign of Olympus, meticulously honored the solemn pledge he had extended. He formally bestowed upon Hephaestus a venerable position amongst the celestial assembly, ensuring, with his supreme authority, that the smith god received equitable and respectful treatment from all. The formidable deity of fire and intricate metalwork was thus definitively liberated from the ignominious status of an outcast, a role he had previously endured. Through the astute application of his formidable intellect and unparalleled craftsmanship, he had engineered a profound transformation in his standing within the divine hierarchy. Consequently, other Olympian denizens commenced actively cultivating his companionship, transcending their former transactional reliance solely on his technical expertise. He found himself increasingly sought after for social engagements, and, significantly, his sagacious counsel was actively solicited on matters of considerable import. The compelling narrative of Hephaestus and the Golden Throne rapidly achieved widespread renown, echoing throughout the hallowed halls of Mount Olympus and extending far beyond its celestial peaks. This saga powerfully illustrated that even the most formidable and authoritative entities could be humbled and disarmed by individuals whom they had grievously misjudged and underestimated. It unequivocally demonstrated that genuine puissance originated not from superficial physical allure or overwhelming raw might, but rather from the potent combination of acute intelligence, unparalleled artisanal skill, and unwavering resolve. Furthermore, the tale served as a potent testament to the fact that even the most improbable and overlooked individuals possess the inherent capacity to ingeniously alter their adverse circumstances and rightfully command the deference they merited. Beyond its immediate dramatic implications, the narrative also resonated with a more profound and enduring philosophical significance. It illuminated the perilous trajectory wherein profound rejection and sustained cruelty could metastasize into burning indignation and retaliatory vengeance, yet concurrently underscored the extraordinary capacity of genuine affection and compassionate forgiveness to ameliorate even the most profound and entrenched emotional lacerations. Having endured the grievous impact of his mother's disdainful conduct, Hephaestus had ingeniously devised a method to inflict a reciprocal measure of distress upon her. The intricate golden throne transcended its function as a mere snare. It served as a potent, tangible emblem of the accumulated anguish and animosity that had festered between them throughout decades. Ultimately, however, the overarching arc of the tale gracefully transitioned into a powerful testament to profound healing and mutual absolution. Hera's perception underwent a fundamental reorientation, allowing her to transcend her son's physical presentation and genuinely apprehend his inherent, invaluable qualities. Hephaestus, in turn, assimilated the crucial lesson that the fleeting gratification of vengeance paled in comparison to the enduring fulfillment derived from authentic love and unconditional acceptance. A shared epiphany illuminated their understanding. Familial bonds, no matter how severely fractured or long marred by pain and misapprehension, possess the remarkable potential for restoration. The very artifact, the golden throne, which had initially been conceived as a stark symbol of simmering wrath, was ultimately transmuted into a powerful emblem of burgeoning hope. The golden throne itself, an artifact of such central importance, was subsequently preserved as a potent, enduring memento of the profound lessons learned. Hephaestus chose to retain it within the confines of his voluminous workshop, albeit meticulously disarming its intricate ensnaring components. Occasionally, amidst his creative endeavors, he would recline within its opulent embrace, his mind casting back to that pivotal day when he had unequivocally asserted his autonomy, and in doing so, secured the long-denied affection of his mother. The throne thus functioned as a dual emblem, commemorating his personal vindication, yet simultaneously underscoring the vital imperative of wielding influence with sagacity and profound empathy. In the fullness of time, as years elapsed and other divine beings approached Hephaestus with their various predicaments and supplications, he would invariably recall the profound ethical teachings embodied by the Golden Throne incident. He had assimilated the crucial wisdom to employ his extraordinary talents not for retaliatory aims, but rather for the benevolent purpose of assisting his peers and meticulously crafting objects of exquisite beauty that demonstrably enhanced the cosmic order. Consequently, his renown transcended his established dominion as the masterful god of fire and intricate metalwork. He ascended to be recognized as a sagacious arbiter of disputes and a revered catalyst for fostering harmonious congregation among the disparate elements of the pantheon. The narrative of this remarkable transformation extended far beyond the hallowed peaks of Mount Olympus, descending into the bustling lives of mortals below. Generations of people recounted this tale to their offspring, imbuing it with profound moral lessons about the inherent virtue of treating every individual with profound kindness, irrespective of their outward appearance or station in life. Through this story, they grasped the fundamental truth that all beings possess unique gifts and innate talents, and that these individual contributions merit unwavering respect and profound appreciation. Parents, in turn, were gently reminded of their sacred duty to cherish their children with an unyielding, unconditional love, while the young were taught the crucial importance of asserting their self-worth and advocating for their own well-being. Envision, if you will, a scene almost ludicrous in its incongruity. The most formidable deity in the entire Greek pantheon, celebrated universally for his unerring precision with the bow and his dual capacity to bestow both restorative healing and devastating pestilence, standing utterly bewildered in a sun-baked, dusty pasture, grappling with the inexplicable recalcitrance of a stubborn bovine. This is not some whimsical jest or a fanciful anecdote conjured for mere amusement. Rather, it is an event corroborated by ancient Greek annals and sagas meticulously preserved and orally transmitted across countless millennia, testifying to its historical veracity. Apollo, the resplendent, golden-haired god revered for his mastery of music, the eloquence of poetry, and the life-giving warmth of the sun, found himself plunged into the most improbable predicament imaginable. For an entire arduous week, he was compelled to toil as a humble cowherd. This ignominious assignment was, emphatically, not a matter of personal volition, but a severe penalty imposed upon him. And it must be stated, this single week proved to be a crucible, irrevocably altering mortal perceptions concerning the divine, the dignity of labor, and the profound essence of true accountability. To fully comprehend the circumstances that led to Apollo's rather undignified immersion, quite literally, knee-deep in bovine excrement, one must first revisit the egregious transgression that precipitated his downfall. Apollo had committed an act of such grave consequence, so utterly beyond the pale, that even the Olympian deities themselves could not overlook it. He had mercilessly slain the Cyclopes, not just any mythical, one-eyed giants, but specifically those venerable craftsmen responsible for forging Zeus's formidable thunderbolts. These were not mere monstrous entities. They were the preeminent artisans of the gods, the skilled smiths who meticulously crafted the very armaments essential for maintaining cosmic order throughout the universe. What impelled Apollo to perpetrate such a heinous deed? The answer was a visceral, unadulterated desire for retribution. Zeus, the sovereign of the gods, had tragically ended the life of Apollo's beloved son, Asclepius, with a lightning bolt. Asclepius, possessing an extraordinary gift, had been resurrecting the deceased, and Zeus, concerned by the potential subversion of natural law should mortality become a negotiable state, intervened. To safeguard the delicate balance of existence, he struck down Asclepius. Apollo, consumed by profound grief and incandescent fury, found himself unable to retaliate directly against Zeus. Such an act would have been suicidal, even for a god. Instead, his wrath found an alternate target, the Cyclopes, the very beings who had fashioned the weapon that extinguished his son's life. One after another, Apollo relentlessly pursued and dispatched them with his famed silver bow. Each arrow, unerringly guided by his divine skill, found its intended mark, for Apollo's aim was flawlessly precise. The Cyclopes perished, and with their demise, Zeus was deprived of his indispensable weapon makers. When Zeus became aware of Apollo's audacious act, his incandescent rage reverberated through the entirety of Mount Olympus. While the king of the gods had certainly unleashed his formidable temper on previous occasions, this transgression was qualitatively different. This was not merely an act of disrespect or insubordination. It represented a direct assault upon the very bedrock of divine authority. Without the Cyclopes, a critical question loomed. Who would forge new thunderbolts? Who would painstakingly craft the instruments of power that ensured the gods continued supremacy and dominion? Zeus's initial furious impulse was to cast Apollo into Tartarus, the most abyssal and sunless chasm of the underworld, a place reserved for the eternal torment of the most heinous offenders. However, Leto, Apollo's devoted mother, interceded, pleading passionately for clemency. She gently reminded Zeus of Apollo's familial connection as his own son, and emphasized that his desperate act was born of overwhelming sorrow. Following extensive deliberation and heated debate among the assembled deities, Zeus ultimately consented to a modified penalty. Apollo would be divested of his godly powers and banished to the mortal realm. There, he would serve as an indentured servant to a human master for the duration of 1 full year. He would possess no divine strength, no capacity to heal or inflict pestilence, no dominion over the sun's passage or the harmonies of music. He would be rendered as susceptible and devoid of power as any ordinary human being. Zeus carefully selected King Admetus of Pherae, a prominent city in ancient Greece, to be Apollo's earthly master. Admetus was widely renowned for his equitable and just governance, a ruler known for treating his household staff with commendable decency and fairness. Zeus reasoned that if Apollo was destined to acquire humility, he might as well learn it under the tutelage of a virtuous and upright individual. Upon Apollo's initial arrival at Admetus's stately palace, he presented himself as an unassuming young man merely seeking employment. His lustrous golden hair retained its radiant sheen, and a faint flicker of divine luminescence still lingered within his eyes. Yet all his formidable powers had been utterly extinguished. He could no longer mend ailments with a simple touch, or vanquish foes with his once feared bow. He was even incapable of properly tuning a lyre, an instrument he had once played with unparalleled artistry. Admetus, entirely unaware that he was engaging a fallen god, assigned Apollo to the care of his extensive livestock. The king possessed vast herds of cattle, sheep, and goats, all demanding diligent and perpetual attention. This occupation was considered vitally important, as livestock represented immense wealth, provided essential sustenance, and served as valuable commodities for trade. Nevertheless, it was also exceptionally demanding, often filthy, and largely unappreciated labor, necessitating an awakening before dawn and continuous toil until long after the sun had set. Apollo's inaugural task involved assisting the seasoned head shepherd, an elderly man named Nicias, who had accumulated 4 decades of experience tending to animals. Nicias, upon observing Apollo's unblemished hands and pristine garments, merely shook his head in resignation. "Another city boy who believes herding is a simple diversion," he mumbled under his breath, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Well, you'll swiftly discover the arduous reality of it." Apollo's first morning commenced at precisely 4 a.m., when Nicias unceremoniously roused him from his slumber in the servants' quarters. "Time to move the cattle to the northern pasture," the grizzled old shepherd declared. "They've depleted all the prime grazing in their current location." Apollo, still disoriented, stumbled into the lingering darkness, trailing behind Nicias and 2 other experienced herders. The cattle, approximately 50 in number, were confined within a spacious, fenced enclosure near the palace. These were formidable, ponderous beasts, each possessing a mass equivalent to that of 10 fully grown men. In the faint, flickering illumination of the torches, their eyes gleamed eerily, and their breath materialized into misty clouds in the crisp, cool morning air. "Your duty is straightforward," Nicias elucidated. "Walk consistently behind the herd, ensuring they continue their forward progression. Should any cow attempt to stray, employ your staff to gently guide it back. Do not strike them forcefully, merely tap them on their flank. And under no circumstances should you ever position yourself between a cow and its desired destination." It sounded deceptively simple. Apollo, after all, had once commanded legions of ethereal spirits and precisely charted the sun's celestial journey. How challenging could it possibly be to compel a few bovines to proceed in a linear fashion, exceedingly challenging as it rapidly transpired. The very instant the herders unlatched the gate, utter pandemonium erupted. The cattle, contrary to Apollo's naive expectation, did not advance in an orderly procession. Instead, they scattered indiscriminately in every conceivable direction. Some lumbered towards the designated pasture, others meandered aimlessly towards the nearby river, and a defiant few opted to explore the meticulously cultivated palace gardens. Apollo frantically pursued a sizable brown cow that was making a beeline for the queen's delicate flower beds. He frantically waved his staff and shouted, but the bovine utterly disregarded his efforts. When he attempted to position himself in front of it to obstruct its path, the cow simply surged past him with surprising force, knocking him unceremoniously onto his back. By the time Apollo managed to regain his footing, 3 additional cows had already wandered off in disparate directions. He could faintly discern Nicias's shouted directives, but he struggled to comprehend them amidst the cacophony of lowing cattle, barking dogs, and his own labored, heavy breathing. For a grueling 2 hours, Apollo relentlessly chased cattle across the sprawling countryside. His once fine garments became snagged and torn by thorny bushes. His face acquired numerous scratches from encroaching branches, and his boots became thoroughly saturated with mud. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped being trampled by cows that abruptly altered their course. When the sun finally ascended, casting its golden light, and the herd was, to some extent, reassembled within the correct pasture, Apollo collapsed, utterly spent, onto a convenient rock. Nicias ambled over, his gaze settling upon the exhausted god with a complex blend of commiseration and quiet amusement. "Not quite as effortless as you initially presumed, was it?" the old shepherd remarked, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Cows possess an inherent will of their own. They are not unintelligent, but neither are they particularly shrewd. They are simply inherently stubborn, and they possess an uncanny ability to perceive when an individual lacks experience or confidence." Apollo gazed out at the cattle, which were now placidly grazing on the verdant grass as if their earlier chaotic escapade had never occurred. "How does one compel them to obey?" he inquired, his voice laced with genuine bewilderment. "You don't," Nicias responded sagely. "You learn to perceive the world from their perspective. You endeavor to ascertain their desires and then assist them in achieving those objectives, provided, of course, that those desires align with your intended destination anyway. Come now, let us procure some sustenance. We are obligated to guide them back this very evening." Over the subsequent few days, Apollo gradually began to assimilate the profound wisdom inherent in Nicias's words. Cows were fundamentally unlike human beings, who could be swayed by rational discourse or intimidated by threats. They bore no resemblance to loyal canines, whose primary motivation was to appease their masters. Cows were creatures primarily governed by ingrained habit and primal instinct, operating according to their own distinct internal logic. Their fundamental desires revolved around consuming the most succulent grass, drinking the purest available water, and assiduously avoiding anything that presented even the slightest semblance of peril. They thrived on routine and became visibly agitated when circumstances shifted too abruptly. Moreover, they exhibited a surprisingly intricate social structure, forming bonds within the herd and frequently adhering to the movements of certain cows who seemed to emerge as natural, informal leaders. Apollo diligently learned to discern these influential leader cows and focused his efforts on guiding them. He discovered that if he could successfully direct the dominant members of the herd to his desired location, the remainder of the animals would, more often than not, dutifully follow suit. He also cultivated the ability to interpret the subtle cues that betrayed the cow's inner thoughts. Ears pricked forward signified a state of alertness and curiosity. Ears flattened backward indicated annoyance or fear. A cow that ceased grazing and elevated its head was likely sensing an impending threat. The labor proved more arduous and demanding than anything Apollo had ever encountered in his divine existence. As an Olympian god, he had been accustomed to the instantaneous obedience of his commands. Now, he was compelled to cultivate the virtue of patience. He was forced to rise before the first hint of dawn, to toil relentlessly through every conceivable kind of weather, and to contend with animals utterly indifferent to his fatigue or frustration. His hands, which had once delicately coaxed the most exquisite melodies from his lyre, became rough and heavily calloused from the unyielding grip of his herding staff. His feet, which had once glided effortlessly across celestial clouds, grew perpetually sore from traversing miles daily over unforgiving, rocky terrain. His back ached incessantly from bending to inspect ailing animals or to extricate struggling cows from deep, clinging mud. Nevertheless, a subtle transformation gradually commenced. Apollo, once oblivious, began to discern elements he had previously overlooked. He observed the varied growth patterns of the grass across different sections of the pasture, noting how the grazing animals inherently recognized and sought out the most nutrient-rich vegetation. His capacity to forecast meteorological events developed from keenly observing the creature's conduct. They instinctively sought refuge long before any storm clouds became visible to his mortal eyes. Apollo's most significant challenge materialized on his fourth day, when he discovered a young calf prostrate, its breath barely perceptible. Its mother stood nearby, emitting mournful, distressed cries. Apollo's immediate impulse was to invoke his divine healing abilities, yet he possessed none in his current state. He hastily summoned Nicias, who, upon a swift examination of the calf, shook his head with a grave expression. "Bloat," the seasoned shepherd declared. "The calf has consumed an excessive amount of unsuitable herbage. Its stomach is distended with gas, and it cannot expel it. Should we fail to intervene promptly, the animal will surely perish." Apollo watched with profound astonishment as Nicias set about his task. The shepherd meticulously blended various curative herbs with water, formulating a pungent, bitter tea, which he then carefully administered to the calf. Following this, he systematically massaged the calf's abdomen in a precise, practiced rhythm, guiding the trapped gas bubbles towards the stomach's exit. This arduous process demanded both an intimate knowledge of animal physiology and extensive practical experience with this specific ailment. "How did you acquire such expertise?" Apollo inquired. "Through trial and error," Nicias responded, his gaze unwavering from his work. "I lost numerous animals in my youth due to my ignorance. However, each loss imparted new knowledge. Now I can salvage most of them, provided the problem is identified early enough." The calf slowly started to exhibit signs of recovery. A series of resounding belches signaled the expulsion of the trapped gas, and the young animal eventually managed to regain its footing. Its mother lovingly licked it from head to hoof, as if confirming its complete well-being. Apollo was utterly spellbound. As a deity, he had commanded healing through sheer divine power, an exertion of raw, unrefined force. What Nicias had accomplished, however, necessitated profound comprehension, unwavering patience, and a nuanced skill honed over countless years. It represented a distinct form of potency, less ostentatious, yet in many respects, far more remarkable. On Apollo's fifth day, the meteorological conditions deteriorated markedly. Ominous, dark clouds amassed in the afternoon sky, and the wind began to gust with considerable force. Nicias cast an experienced eye skyward and furrowed his brow. "A substantial storm is approaching," he announced. "We must secure the cattle in the barn before it breaks." This objective proved considerably more difficult than anticipated. The livestock were dispersed across an expansive pasture, their agitation palpable due to the rapidly changing weather. Some instinctively sought to cluster together, others exhibited a desire to flee, and a few appeared stubbornly oblivious to the impending tempest. By this juncture, Apollo had garnered sufficient insight to understand that haste would be counterproductive. Frightened cattle posed a significant hazard. They could potentially stampede or aggressively confront anything perceived as a threat. Consequently, he and the other herders were compelled to proceed with deliberate slowness and composure, even as distant lightning flashes punctuated the darkening horizon. "Communicate with them," Nicias advised. "Employ your voice. Reassure them that all is well." Apollo commenced speaking to the cattle as he guided them towards the safety of the barn. He spoke of the warm, dry refuge awaiting them within. He pledged fresh hay and an abundance of clean water. He even found himself humming, not with the ethereal resonance of his divine voice, but with the raspy, fatigued timbre of a mortal man who had toiled assiduously throughout the day. The cattle appeared to respond positively to his soothing cadence. They advanced steadily towards the barn, and Apollo experienced an unfamiliar sense of fulfillment. He was, in fact, forging a connection with these animals, not through celestial might, but through the patient application of understanding. Then, the storm unleashed its full fury. Rain cascaded in relentless sheets, and lightning illuminated the sky with blinding intensity every few seconds. The wind shrieked, and thunderclaps reverberated with such tremendous force that Apollo felt the vibrations deep within his chest. The cattle succumbed to panic. Several young cows broke away from the main herd, bolting in a perilous direction. Apollo could barely discern them through the deluge, but he instinctively knew they were hurtling towards a sheer cliff. If they plunged over the precipice, their demise was certain. Without a moment's hesitation, Apollo sprinted after them. He possessed no divine swiftness now, only his own weary mortal legs. Yet he propelled himself with a vigor he had never before manifested, even as a god. He stumbled and fell in the treacherous mud, but instantly regained his footing, continuing his relentless pursuit. The rain was so oppressive he struggled to draw breath, and the lightning struck so close he detected the acrid scent of electricity in the air. He reached the runaway cattle precisely as they neared the cliff edge. They were milling about in disarray, their vision obscured by the tempest, rendering them unable to perceive their perilous trajectory. Apollo strategically positioned himself between the confused animals and the brink, wildly waving his arms and shouting to capture their attention. For a fleeting instant, it appeared the cattle might surge past him. Apollo grasped the grim reality. If they did, he would face the agonizing choice of either leaping aside and allowing them to fall, or attempting to halt them, thereby risking being pushed over the cliff himself. He resolved to stand his ground. Drawing upon every lesson Nicias had imparted, Apollo made himself appear as formidable and imposing as possible. He brandished his staff above his head and bellowed with his loudest voice, not issuing commands, but producing a primal sound designed to compel the cattle to reconsider their perilous course. His gambit proved successful. The cattle halted, bewildered and terrified, but no longer stampeding towards the cliff. Apollo cautiously retreated from the edge, maintaining his position between the animals and the imminent danger. Step by deliberate step, he guided them back towards the relative safety of the barn. By the time they reached their shelter, Apollo was thoroughly drenched and trembling with utter exhaustion, yet every single animal was alive and unharmed. Nicias clapped him firmly on the shoulder and offered a warm smile. "Well done, lad," he remarked. "You might yet develop into a true herder." As the week progressed, Apollo continued to assimilate astonishing insights. He discovered that distinct varieties of grass thrived in different soil compositions, and that the cattle possessed an innate ability to differentiate between them with a precision unmatched by any human. He learned that the most verdant pastures were often those that had been previously grazed, as the cattle's hooves and droppings actually contributed to the grass's enhanced growth and vitality. This symbiotic relationship profoundly captivated him. As a god, Apollo had always perceived himself as distinct from the natural world, superior to it, capable of controlling it, but never truly an integral part of it. Now, he was witnessing the intricate interconnectedness of all things. The grass nourished the cattle. The cattle, in turn, fertilized the grass. The rain provided essential moisture for everything. And the sun, which he had once commanded, supplied the fundamental energy that made this entire cycle possible. He began to comprehend that the vocation of a herder transcended merely compelling animals to comply with one's desires. It involved a comprehensive understanding of the entire ecosystem, the terrain, the flora, the fauna, the climate, and discovering methods to harmonize with these elements rather than opposing them. One evening, as Apollo sat contemplating by the barn, observing the cattle settling down for the night, Nicias joined him. "You are markedly different from when you arrived," the venerable shepherd observed. "Quieter, more contemplative. What occupies your thoughts?" Apollo gazed at the cattle, who were now utterly serene and content. "I am reflecting on the vast extent of my former ignorance," he confessed. "I believed I understood everything, but I was merely observing it from an external vantage point." Nicias nodded sagely. "That is the initial stride toward genuine wisdom," he affirmed, "to acknowledge the immensity of what you do not know." Apollo's ultimate trial unfolded on his 7th day, when a formidable pack of wolves materialized near the pasture. Wolves represented a perpetual menace to livestock, and the loss of even a single cow to predators would inflict a considerable financial detriment upon King Admetus's wealth. The predators emerged shortly after dawn, precisely when the cattle were grazing in the distant reaches of the pasture. There were 6 of them, their forms lean and their eyes glinting with hunger. They remained at the forest's edge, meticulously observing the herd and keenly searching for any weak or isolated animals. Apollo's initial, ingrained instinct was to seize a bow and hunt down the wolves, but he currently possessed no divine archery prowess, and the herder's bows were designed for small game, not formidable predators. Furthermore, Nicias advocated a divergent strategy. "We do not dispatch them unless absolutely necessary," the aged shepherd elucidated. "Wolves are intelligent creatures, and they possess long memories. If we attack them, they will return with greater numbers and increased aggression. Our objective is to convince them that this particular herd is not worth the effort." Thus, Apollo began to master the sophisticated art of intimidation without resorting to violence. He and the other herders strategically spread out around the herd, maximizing their visibility. They kindled fires and generated considerable noise, playing pipes and beating drums to unmistakably signal to the wolves that the cattle were under vigilant protection. The wolves maintained their watch for several hours, probing the herders' attentiveness. On multiple occasions, they executed deceptive feints toward the herd, attempting to gauge the humans' reactions. Each time, Apollo and his companions responded with immediate resolve, moving to obstruct the wolves' path and making it unequivocally clear that any direct assault would be met with staunch resistance. It evolved into a protracted struggle of patience and psychological fortitude. The wolves were hungry, yet they were not driven to desperation. They possessed alternative sources of sustenance and understood that attacking a well-guarded herd carried significant risks. The herders, though physically weary, recognized that displaying any vulnerability would inevitably invite an attack. Finally, as the sun commenced its descent, the wolves conceded defeat and receded back into the depths of the forest. The cattle, agitated throughout the day, at last relaxed and resumed their grazing. Apollo realized that this represented yet another manifestation of power. Not the brute force he had commanded as a deity, but the potency of unwavering persistence, astute strategy, and a profound understanding of one's adversary. The wolves were not inherently malevolent. They were simply striving for survival, much like every other creature. The herders were not their sworn enemies. They were merely competitors for the same vital resources. During those initial 7 days, Apollo's education extended beyond the visible tasks to encompass the subtle, often overlooked intricacies of animal husbandry, a realm he had previously never contemplated. His mornings were meticulously structured around a comprehensive regimen of inspecting each creature for any indication of injury or malady. This involved a careful scrutiny for abrasions on their limbs, a thorough examination of their eyes for telltale signs of infection, and a tactile assessment of their noses to ascertain the absence of feverish conditions. Through these daily interactions, he began to discern that cattle, much like human beings, possessed distinct and individual personalities. There was, for instance, Brownie, an aged cow whose acute perceptiveness rendered her the first to detect any irregularity, signaling her concern to the rest of the herd with a uniquely resonant, lowing vocalization. Then there was Patches, a youthful bull whose insatiable curiosity led him frequently astray, drawn by intriguing scents or unfamiliar sounds to explore his surroundings. And finally, Gentle, a cow who, having endured the tragic loss of her own calf the preceding year, had developed a profound protective instinct towards all the younger members of the bovine community. Apollo soon discovered an unexpected eagerness for these daily encounters, anticipating the opportunity to observe these unique animals each dawn, meticulously monitoring their health and discerning their shifting temperaments. A restless demeanor from Brownie now served as a prompt, guiding him to investigate potential issues within the herd. When Patches exhibited an uncharacteristic quietude, Apollo would undertake a more thorough examination, ensuring the young bull was not succumbing to illness. Similarly, when Gentle's possessiveness at the water trough prevented other cows from quenching their thirst, Apollo adapted by ensuring the provision of multiple hydration points, thereby guaranteeing comfortable access for every animal. The seasoned herders, initially wary, gradually developed a profound respect for Apollo's burgeoning expertise. Demetrius, a middle-aged man who had harbored considerable skepticism towards the newcomer, eventually began to solicit Apollo's insights regarding optimal pasture rotation. Theron, a youthful herder only a few years Apollo's senior, increasingly included him in the informal evening gatherings where the herders exchanged anecdotes and deliberated upon their daily labors. These communal discussions imparted yet another invaluable lesson to Apollo. The profound understanding of animal care was not merely acquired, but was a legacy, meticulously transmitted across generations of individuals who had devoted their entire lives to this demanding vocation. Nasius, the elder statesman among them, would recount compelling narratives of his grandfather, a man renowned for pioneering innovative techniques to navigate challenging birthing scenarios. Demetrius, in turn, generously shared the accumulated wisdom inherited from his own father concerning the intricate art of interpreting meteorological patterns and recognizing seasonal transitions. Theron contributed by detailing progressive methodologies he had gleaned from herders in distant regions. Apollo's realization dawned that the knowledge he was assimilating within this singular week represented the distilled wisdom of centuries of human endeavor. Every specific technique, every fragment of understanding, every nuanced insight had been painstakingly acquired through a relentless process of trial and error, punctuated by both successes and setbacks, all born from the unwavering dedication of individuals who harbored a deep and abiding affection for their animals. This profound revelation prompted Apollo to reevaluate his own divine knowledge from an entirely novel perspective. As a deity, he had always commanded immense power and an encyclopedic breadth of information, yet much of it had been an inherent endowment, effortlessly bestowed. He had never been compelled to strive arduously for comprehension, never been required to hone a skill until his hands ached with exertion, never forced to endure repeated failures before ultimately achieving triumph. There resided an intrinsic value in such struggle, an irreplaceable essence that could not be attained through any other means. The profound gratification Apollo experienced when he successfully navigated the herd through a precarious situation diverged significantly from the satisfaction he typically derived from exercising his divine prerogatives. It was a sensation of greater depth, intensely personal, and more intrinsically connected to his identity as an individual rather than merely a manifestation of his divine status. On his 6th day among the herders, Apollo encountered an experience that would indelibly mark his consciousness. A cow named Starlight was in the throes of parturition, and complications had arisen. The calf was malpositioned, imperiling both the mother and her offspring. Nicias, the most experienced herder, was absent, occupied with attending to ailing sheep, while the other herders were engrossed in their respective duties. Apollo found himself isolated with Starlight, who was unequivocally in acute distress. She lay on her side, her breathing labored and shallow, emitting low, mournful groans that conveyed profound pain and palpable fear. Apollo had previously observed Nichus assisting with births, yet he had never personally undertaken such a delicate procedure. He was acutely aware that a misstep could result in the demise of both animals, but he also recognized that inaction would almost certainly lead to the same tragic outcome. He addressed Starlight in a calm, reassuring tone as he meticulously assessed the predicament. The calf's orientation was indeed incorrect. It was attempting a breech birth, a perilous situation for both the dam and the unborn. Apollo understood he would have to attempt to manually reposition the calf, a procedure demanding a delicate balance of physical strength and profound gentleness. With painstaking precision and unwavering focus, Apollo meticulously managed to reposition the calf. The arduous process consumed nearly an hour of sustained, patient effort, during which Starlight's strength visibly waned. On several occasions, Apollo harbored grave doubts regarding the survival of either animal. Ultimately, the calf was delivered. It was a healthy female, and after a few anxious minutes, she commenced breathing robustly. Starlight, utterly exhausted but palpably relieved, began to meticulously clean her newborn. Apollo sank back onto his heels, smeared with mud and birth fluids, experiencing a level of fatigue unprecedented in his immortal existence. Yet he was simultaneously infused with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, utterly novel to his experience. He had preserved 2 lives, not through the exertion of divine power, but through the application of knowledge, skill, and sheer determination. Upon Nichus's return, observing the scene, he was utterly astonished. "You accomplished this by yourself?" he inquired, meticulously examining both mother and calf. "This is exceedingly challenging work, even for seasoned herders. You possess a genuine aptitude for this." Apollo directed his gaze towards the newborn calf, who was now tottering on unsteady legs, attempting to nurse. "I merely performed what was necessary," he responded humbly. "That, precisely, is the essence of being a herder," Nicias rejoined. "To execute what is required, precisely when it is required, irrespective of personal inclination or convenience." As Apollo's week of dedicated service drew to a close, he discovered within himself a peculiar reluctance to depart. In these 7 days, he had assimilated more knowledge than in centuries of his divine existence. He had unearthed muscles he was previously unaware of possessing, cultivated proficiencies he had never before required, and developed a profound reverence for the natural world that had previously eluded him. King Admetus, still oblivious to Apollo's true identity, was notably impressed by the young herder's rapid assimilation of skills and his unwavering dedication. "You possess an exceptional gift with animals," the king remarked. "Should you ever desire permanent employment, a place will always be reserved for you here." Apollo expressed his gratitude to the monarch, but clarified that he was compelled to continue his journey. He bid farewell to Nicias, who had evolved beyond the role of a mere mentor, becoming a cherished friend. The venerable shepherd presented him with a small, intricately carved wooden figurine of a cow, stating, "So you will forever recall the lessons you gleaned here." As Apollo journeyed away from the palace grounds, he sensed the resurgence of his divine powers. The familiar surge of energy permeated his being, and he once again perceived the ethereal music of the celestial spheres. However, he also experienced a nascent sensation, a profound appreciation for the terrestrial world he had once so casually dismissed. He cast a backward glance at the verdant pasture where the cattle grazed serenely beneath the morning sun. For the very first time in his immortal existence, Apollo truly comprehended the profound significance of being responsible for something inherently fragile and immensely precious. The cattle were not merely commodities or resources. They were sentient beings, each possessing their own distinct needs and desires, and their care demanded unwavering patience, refined skill, and a genuine, heartfelt concern for their overall welfare. The newborn calf he had so painstakingly helped bring into the world was now frolicking in the pasture alongside the other young animals, vibrant and robust. Starlight observed her progeny with an unmistakable air of maternal pride and deep contentment. This heartwarming spectacle filled Apollo with an inner warmth entirely unconnected to his inherent solar powers. Years subsequently, having reassumed his rightful place among the pantheon of gods, Apollo would frequently reflect upon his transformative week as a humble cowherd. He emerged as a more benevolent deity, exhibiting greater empathy for human tribulations and a more profound appreciation for the intricate interdependencies that bound all living entities. Nevertheless, the experience also ignited a series of profound questions that he could never fully resolve. If a mere week of working with cattle had imparted such a wealth of knowledge, how much more wisdom remained to be acquired? How many other perspectives had he inadvertently overlooked during his aeons of godhood? How many additional lessons awaited discovery within the mundane, everyday labors that mortals undertook simply to subsist? Apollo began to attend to the supplications of farmers and herders with an unprecedented level of attentiveness. When they implored assistance for ailing animals or difficult births, he now understood their profound urgency and their desperate plight. When they offered thanks for propitious weather or healthy livestock, he appreciated their gratitude with a newfound depth. He also began to perceive how the demanding work of animal care interconnected with myriad other facets of human existence. The leather derived from cattle became essential footwear and protective armor. The milk yielded nourishing cheese and rich butter. The meat sustained families and entire communities. The labor that had once seemed so rudimentary and isolated was, in fact, an integral component of an expansive network of interconnected activities that collectively sustained human civilization. The week Apollo dedicated to managing a herd of cows evolved into a saga that resonated throughout the ancient world. It was recounted in diverse iterations by various individuals, yet its fundamental message remained constant. Authentic wisdom emanates not solely from power or knowledge, but from a profound understanding of and active engagement with the world as it truly exists. And somewhere amidst the rolling hills of ancient Greece, an aged shepherd named Nicias would regale his grandchildren with tales of the enigmatic young man who learned to converse with cattle, who fearlessly confronted wolves, and who ultimately imparted to him the profound truth that occasionally even the gods themselves must learn what it truly signifies to be human. The enduring question in our contemporary existence, where a pervasive sense of detachment from the essential natural cycles that sustain our very being often prevails, compels us to consider the profound insights one might glean from dedicating a full week to the diligent stewardship of a seemingly straightforward yet inherently intricate entity, such as a bovine herd. What profound sagacity might we acquire by consciously relinquishing our elevated positions and immersing ourselves in the authentic, laborious endeavors of genuine living? It is conceivable that the mythical account of Apollo's pastoral sojourn holds invaluable lessons for us all, illuminating the crucial distinction between exercising mere dominion over something and achieving a truly empathetic comprehension of its essence. In an epoch where technological advancements and coercive power grant us formidable control over myriad aspects of existence, perhaps we are called to revisit the ancient wisdom embodied by the cattle. That authentic influence emanates not from brute force, but from sustained patience, meticulous observation, and an innate reverence for the inherent equilibrium of the natural world. The narrative of Apollo and the cattle serves as a potent reminder that even divine beings possess an infinite capacity for learning, particularly from the most unassuming of occupations. It posits that occasionally, the most profound wisdom does not descend from lofty celestial vantage points, but rather emerges from the humble act of standing amidst the earth's mire, alongside creatures incapable of articulating in our human tongue, yet possessed of their own venerable, inherited knowledge to impart. What invaluable insights might one acquire if they were to dedicate an entire week to the devoted care of a being utterly reliant on their ministrations? What profound lessons in perseverance would the cattle impart? What acuity in discerning nascent signs of distress would one cultivate? And what deep contentment would stem from the diligent execution of honest labor? These are the enduring inquiries that Apollo's week in the pasture continues to pose to us even today, millennia subsequent to a god's initial intellectual metamorphosis into a bovine perspective. And perhaps this constitutes the paramount lesson of all, that the odyssey of learning is perpetually ongoing, that profound wisdom can unexpectedly manifest from the most improbable origins, and that at times, the most potent educators are those who utter not a single syllable, but rather, through their unadorned existence, unequivocally demonstrate what it truly signifies to coexist harmoniously with the encompassing world. Yet, the chronicle of Apollo's transformation did not culminate with his solitary week amidst the pastoral expanse. The invaluable insights he assimilated continued to unfurl throughout his immortal duration, fundamentally altering not merely his perception of the world, but profoundly reshaping his interactive engagement with it. The meticulously carved wooden cow, a thoughtful gift bestowed upon him by Nyctius, ascended to become one of his most cherished possessions, its intrinsic value surpassing even the shimmering allure of golden lyres or the exquisite craftsmanship of jeweled arrows. Upon Apollo's triumphant return to the resplendent heights of Mount Olympus, the other deities immediately perceived a palpable alteration in his demeanor. His formidable sister, Artemis, the revered goddess of the hunt, was the first to vocalize her observation. "You carry the scent of a barn," she remarked, her nose crinkling in a subtle expression of distaste. However, her gaze then sharpened, scrutinizing her brother's countenance with renewed intensity, and there she discerned a distinctive shift. "And you appear somehow more seasoned, not aged in the conventional sense of passing years, but rather imbued with a deepened understanding." Apollo endeavored to articulate the transformative experiences he had undergone, yet the other gods struggled to truly grasp the profundity of his narrative. How, they mused, Could the menial labor of tending cattle possibly impart any knowledge he had not already possessed? Ares, the formidable god of war, erupted into unbridled laughter. Are you seriously asserting that a collection of unintelligent beasts managed to impart something novel to the illustrious Apollo? What absurdity awaits us next? Are you planning to derive philosophical tenets from common fowl? However, Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, lent a more attentive ear to his recounting. She had always harbored a keen interest in the acquisition of knowledge and the pursuit of learning, though her customary methodology leaned more towards intellectual abstraction than practical application. "Elucidate for me the plight of the ailing calf," she requested, "the one teetering on the brink of death from bloat." How precisely did the shepherd manage to effect its salvation? As Apollo meticulously recounted Nicias's patient, systematic approach to treating the distressed calf, Athena's comprehension began to crystallize. This, she realized, transcended mere animal husbandry. It represented an entirely distinct epistemological framework for apprehending the world. Rather than unilaterally imposing solutions from a position of authority, the shepherd had meticulously collaborated with the innate physiological processes of the animal's body. Instead of resorting to coercive force, he had judiciously employed an amalgamation of profound knowledge and unwavering patience. It embodies the fundamental divergence between issuing commands and fostering genuine cooperation, Apollo elucidated. As deities, we are accustomed to manifesting outcomes solely through the sheer force of our divine will. Yet Nicias demonstrated to me that one often achieves greater efficacy by comprehending what naturally seeks to unfold and then judiciously facilitating its progression. This pivotal conversation planted a nascent seed of contemplation within Athena's discerning mind. She subsequently began to dedicate more focused attention to the artisanal practices of human craftsmen and ingenious inventors, meticulously observing how they engaged with raw materials in a symbiotic manner, rather than confronting them antagonistically. She cultivated a newfound appreciation for the inherent wisdom of potters who possessed an intimate understanding of clay, of blacksmiths who intuited the very essence of metal, and of weavers who skillfully manipulated the intrinsic properties of diverse fibers. Apollo's transformative experience also irrevocably altered his relationship with his formidable father, Zeus. The sovereign king of the gods had anticipated his son's return to be characterized by both humility and contrition, and indeed, Apollo manifested both these qualities. However, he also embodied an unexpected sentiment that Zeus had not foreseen: profound gratitude. "I extend my sincere thanks," Apollo conveyed during his subsequent audience with Zeus, "for dispatching me to labor alongside the cattle. I assimilated more wisdom during that solitary week than I had accumulated in several centuries prior." Zeus was visibly taken aback. He had intended the punitive measure to be a harsh disciplinary action, a stark lesson concerning the inescapable repercussions of defying divine authority. He had certainly not anticipated Apollo's expression of appreciation for it. "What precisely did you manage to learn?" Zeus inquired, a genuine sense of curiosity permeating his voice. Apollo deliberated for a considerable moment. "I apprehended the profound sensation of being utterly responsible for something that is entirely dependent upon one's diligent care. I learned that authentic power is not predicated upon coercing one's will upon others. Rather, It resides in discerning their fundamental needs and assiduously assisting them in their fulfillment. I discovered that wisdom is not a quality one can simply possess inherently. It is, instead, something that must be painstakingly earned through lived experience. Zeus found himself pondering these resonant words long after Apollo had departed his presence. The king of the gods had historically governed through an unwavering combination of sheer strength and pervasive fear, demanding unquestioning obedience from both gods and mortals alike. But what if, he mused, there existed an alternative path? What if true leadership more closely resembled the paradigm Apollo had articulated, a profound understanding of others' necessities and a dedicated commitment to aiding their achievement? It would necessitate many additional centuries for Zeus to fully embrace this nascent concept. Nevertheless, the seminal idea was undeniably planted during that memorable conversation with his son. Concurrently, Apollo initiated a fundamental shift in his interactions with his mortal adherents. Previously, whenever people erected magnificent temples in his honor, he had merely accepted their fervent worship as an unquestionable entitlement. Now, however, he began to pay meticulous attention to the individual personages who served within his sacred precincts, diligently learning their given names, endeavoring to comprehend their daily struggles, and genuinely appreciating their steadfast dedication. There was, for instance, a youthful priestess named Corinna, serving in his revered temple at Delphi, who in certain respects reminded him of the cattle. She possessed an innate patience, an acute observational acumen, and an intrinsic connection to the rhythmic ebb and flow of the natural world. When supplicants journeyed to the temple seeking divine prophecies, Corinna would first dedicate considerable time to them, patiently listening to their articulated concerns and meticulously understanding their unique circumstances before ushering them towards the sacred oracle. Apollo commenced a more collaborative working relationship with Corinna, sharing profound insights that would empower her to guide the temple visitors with enhanced efficacy. Yet he also found himself simultaneously learning from her, much as he had once learned from Nicias. Corinna possessed a nuanced understanding of human nature in a manner that Apollo, despite the vastness of his divine wisdom, still found challenging to fully grasp. Why do you suppose that particular merchant persistently returns? Apollo inquired of her one day. A middle-aged trader had visited the temple on 3 separate occasions within the preceding month, invariably posing the identical questions concerning his various business ventures. He is not genuinely inquiring about his commercial enterprises, Corinna responded with sagacity. He is, in truth, questioning his own moral standing. He seeks validation of whether he is a virtuous individual. His father was also a merchant, but one of unimpeachable honesty. This man, however, has been cutting corners, defrauding customers, and misrepresenting his wares. He perpetually harbors the hope that we will reassure him that his actions are acceptable, that the gods, in fact, approve of his conduct. Apollo was utterly astounded by the profundity of this insight. He had been solely focused on the superficial inquiries pertaining to trade routes and profit margins, but Corinna had discerned the far deeper, underlying issue, a man grappling intensely with the dictates of his own conscience. What counsel should we impart to him? Apollo queried. The unvarnished truth, Corinna stated simply, that he already possesses the intrinsic knowledge of what he must do. He merely requires the courage to act upon it. This became yet another profoundly important lesson for Apollo. Sometimes people did not necessitate divine intervention or miraculous resolutions. Sometimes they simply required someone to assist them in perceiving what they already intuitively knew within their innermost hearts. Apollo also began to cultivate a much greater and more active interest in the practical dimensions of agriculture and animal husbandry. He would frequently visit farms and pastures, meticulously disguised, diligently learning about nascent techniques and innovative advancements. He discovered that mortal farmers and herders were in a state of perpetual experimentation, ceaseless learning, and continuous refinement of their methodologies. There was, for instance, an elderly farmer named Lucius who had ingeniously devised a novel system of crop rotation that consistently maintained the vitality and health of the soil year after year. There was a young shepherdess named Milena who had astutely determined how to selectively breed sheep to yield superior quality wool and more delectable meat. There was also a dedicated cowherd named Philippus, who had cultivated the remarkable ability to predict the onset of cattle diseases days before they manifested seriously, simply by observing subtle, nuanced alterations in the animal's behavior. Apollo commenced the dissemination of these groundbreaking innovations among other farmers and herders, thereby becoming an invaluable conduit for the exchange of practical, empirical knowledge. However, he was meticulously careful to execute this in a manner that meticulously honored the original discoverers, never presuming to claim credit for profound insights that rightfully belonged to diligent, hard-working mortals. This led him to another pivotal realization, that knowledge belonged not exclusively to any single individual or deity, but rather to every sentient being who could potentially benefit from its application. The specialized techniques that Nicias had imparted to Apollo for the meticulous care of cattle should not be hoarded or clandestinely guarded. They should instead be freely shared with anyone who had a genuine need for them. Apollo subsequently began to inspire itinerant teachers who would journey from farm to farm, diligently sharing the most efficacious practices they had acquired. He actively encouraged the development and organization of agricultural festivals, where farmers and herders could congregate to exchange groundbreaking ideas and innovative techniques. Furthermore, he ardently supported the creation of comprehensive written records that would meticulously preserve crucial knowledge for the enlightenment and benefit of future generations. A significant transformation occurred within Apollo, perhaps most profoundly in his comprehension of his divine role as a god of healing. Formerly, he had perceived healing as an action he performed upon individuals, wielding his celestial might to alleviate ailments or mend injuries. Subsequently, he commenced to grasp healing as a collaborative endeavor he could undertake with people, working in concert with human practitioners of medicine to understand and address sickness. He began associating with physicians and herbalists, immersing himself in their techniques and appreciating the intricate challenges they faced. He ascertained that the most adept healers, much like the most skilled herders, were astute observers who meticulously noted nuanced indicators and subtle alterations. They refrained from merely addressing superficial manifestations. Instead, they endeavored to comprehend the fundamental etiologies of illness. There was a distinguished physician named Hippocrates who had pioneered a novel methodology for managing febrile conditions. Rather than employing forceful procedures, he would meticulously observe his patients, regulating their sustenance and beverages guided by delicate shifts in their overall well-being. His efficacy ratio proved considerably superior to that of practitioners who reposed trust in more vigorous therapies. Apollo was utterly captivated by this innovative strategy. It brought to mind how Nicias had attended to the distended young bovine, not with coercion or theatrics, but through diligent scrutiny and precise adaptations predicated upon the physiological cues the creature exhibited. Collaborating with these human practitioners also imparted to Apollo the profound significance of pedagogy and the acquisition of knowledge. The most proficient medical practitioners did not merely monopolize their expertise, they diligently disseminated it to trainees and pupils. They recognized that medical science held too great a significance to be confined solely by the capabilities of a single individual. Apollo commenced to stimulate the establishment of academies of curative arts, where wisdom might be exchanged and safeguarded. He prompted medical professionals to record their procedures and revelations, thereby creating repositories of therapeutic understanding that would serve subsequent eras. However, he absorbed an equally weighty lesson concerning the inherent boundaries of understanding. Even the most adept physicians occasionally succumbed to patient fatalities. Even the most skilled agriculturalists sometimes endured poor yields. Even the most seasoned livestock keepers occasionally lost animals to natural enemies or ailments. This, perhaps, proved the most arduous realization for Apollo to embrace. As a deity, he had grown accustomed to the notion that there was invariably a solution, perpetually a means to rectify matters if one simply possessed sufficient might or intellect. Yet, his 7-day period with the bovines had demonstrated to him that sometimes, notwithstanding one's utmost endeavors, circumstances faltered. The crucial element was to prevent these setbacks from disheartening one, but rather to glean wisdom from them and persist in striving for improvement. Nicias had experienced animal fatalities over the years, but every instance of loss had instructed him, assisting him in preserving other creatures subsequently. The setbacks did not signify deficiencies. They constituted an integral component of the educational journey. Apollo began to implement this newfound insight into his celestial duties. When individuals implored him for curative intervention and he was unable to preserve their lives, he ceased to perceive it as an inadequacy of his power. Instead, he sought to comprehend the insights he might acquire from the situation and how such wisdom could benefit subsequent individuals. This more unassuming stance toward his divine function rendered Apollo more cherished among human beings, not less. Mortals valued a deity who empathized with their hardships and limitations, instead of a being who merely demanded veneration and compliance. The transformations within Apollo also influenced his interactions with other facets of the natural world. As the deity linked to the solar orb, he had invariably governed the diurnal passage of illumination through the firmament. But now he commenced to observe more closely how his radiant energy impacted the flora and fauna below. He perceived the way different agricultural products required varying quantities of solar exposure at distinct phases of their development. He remarked upon how bovines and ovines conducted themselves distinctly on overcast periods compared to bright ones. He discerned how the inclination and strength of solar radiation influenced all aspects, from the blossoming of arboreal produce to the migratory trajectories of avian species. This more profound comprehension enabled Apollo to precisely adjust his heliac responsibilities in manners that more effectively sustained terrestrial existence. Instead of merely adhering to a predetermined schedule, he commenced to modify the characteristics and periodicity of solar illumination to cater to the requirements of developing organisms. Agriculturalists started to perceive that their harvests appeared to thrive more successfully, though they remained unaware that it resulted from Apollo devoting more meticulous consideration to their needs. Livestock keepers observed that their creatures exhibited greater vitality and yielded more, oblivious to the fact that the solar deity was now factoring in their well-being when he orchestrated the meteorological conditions of each day. Apollo's fresh outlook similarly modified his methodology for music and poetry, the artistic disciplines for which he was renowned. Formerly, his celestial harmonies had been flawless, yet rather distant, exquisite auditory experiences that evoked reverence but failed to inherently resonate with mortal existence. Now Apollo commenced to integrate the cadences and auditory elements he had acquired during his 7-day sojourn among the bovines, the unhurried vocalizations of cattle, the soft noises of creatures preparing for repose, the faint murmur of vegetation swayed by air currents. All of these were incorporated into his melodic lexicon. His verse, similarly, grew more rooted in tangible reality. Instead of exclusively composing about valorous accomplishments and celestial amours, Apollo began to formulate poetic lines about the contentment derived from diligent labor, the allure of unadorned instances, and the sagacity attainable in quotidian existence. These fresh creations were distinct from his earlier output, possibly less magnificent, yet more emotionally resonant. They spoke to the authentic experiences of individuals rather than merely their aspirations. An agriculturalist attending to one of Apollo's recent melodies might perceive an element that brought to mind his own toil in the cultivated lands. A pastoralist might discern the veracity of his individual journey with his flocks. Apollo similarly started to focus his notice on human composers and bards in a novel manner. Instead of merely imbuing them with divine visions, he began to heed their pronouncements. He ascertained that human beings, with their finite existences and immediate encounter with adversity, frequently possessed perceptive observations that even deities might profit from. There was a minstrel known as Arion who vocalized themes concerning the solitude of nocturnal sentinels. There was a lyricist named Sappho who composed verses about the intimate, delicate instances between friends. There was an instrumentalist named Terpander who had devised novel methodologies for conveying sentiment through the cadence and pace of his musical performance. Apollo acquired knowledge from all these creative individuals, integrating their novelties into his personal artistic endeavors and disseminating their methods to fellow instrumentalists. He began to perceive his function not as the exclusive fount of artistic impetus, but rather as an enabler who might assist human ingenuity in blossoming. This cooperative methodology to the arts ushered in a period of unparalleled excellence in melodic and poetic arts. With Apollo's fostering and assistance, mortal artists expanded the limits of their artistic disciplines, producing pieces that were both expertly executed and profoundly significant. But perhaps the most significant enduring consequence of Apollo's week with the cattle was how it altered his comprehension of temporal existence itself. Deities perceived temporality dissimilarly from human beings. Millennia may elapse as swiftly as individual days, and eternal existence renders it effortless to adopt an expansive perspective on all phenomena. However, tending to farm animals had instructed Apollo regarding the importance of quotidian cycles, annual patterns,
and the urgent requirements of sentient beings.
Bovines necessitated daily sustenance, not merely at opportune moments. Ailing creatures required immediate care, not at the deity's leisure. This newfound consciousness of pressing requirements and quotidian duties began to influence the entirety of Apollo's celestial functions. Instead of exclusively contemplating vast universal designs that might materialize across millennia, he started to focus on the exigencies of the present moment, currently, at this juncture. This shift in viewpoint rendered Apollo more receptive to supplications and more heedful of the quotidian hardships of human beings. Individuals started to perceive that their entreaties to Apollo appeared to be fulfilled with greater promptness and utility than before. An agriculturalist beseeching aid for sick livestock might discover he unexpectedly recalled a remedy his progenitor had imparted to him. A trader concerned about a commercial choice might encounter precisely the appropriate individual to offer sound counsel. A guardian anxious about an offspring's malady could envision a medicinal plant that flourished in the vicinity. These did not constitute theatrical celestial intercessions, but rather delicate promptings and beneficial concurrences that rendered human existences somewhat less arduous and more optimistic. Apollo had ascertained that sometimes the most potent assistance was the kind that harmonized with inherent mechanisms rather than superseding them. The bovine effigy, crafted from timber that Nicias had presented to Apollo, transformed into an emblem of all these changes. Apollo maintained it upon his sacred platform on Mount Olympus, where fellow deities would occasionally observe it and inquire concerning its import. With every recounting of the narrative, Apollo discovered new strata of significance in his ordeal. The 7-day period that had appeared as a chastisement had in reality been a boon, an opportunity to gain insight into facets of being that no measure of celestial might would have been able to instruct him. And the insights persisted in emerging years subsequent to his week in the grazing land. Apollo would occasionally still experience nocturnal visions about the cattle he had tended. He would ponder the fate of Starlight and her calf, if the brown-hued animal, Brownie, continued to function as the herd's primary alert mechanism, or whether Patches had ever overcome his inquisitive disposition. These dreams recalled to his memory that even fleeting interactions possessed significance, that each living being he had met throughout that 7-day period had served as an instructor in its unique manner. The bovines had instilled in him forbearance. The other livestock keepers had imparted to him modesty, and Nicias had demonstrated to him that sagacity was an attribute acquired via practical encounter, not a quality one was merely bestowed. In his moments of profound solitude, Apollo would invariably reach for the unadorned wooden carving, its smooth, worn surface a tactile echo of a distant, yet vividly remembered existence. He would recall with striking clarity the visceral sensation of standing amidst a raw, muddy field as the first tendrils of dawn stretched across the sky, his senses alive to the damp chill and the earthy aroma. Around him, a diverse congregation of creatures, sheep, goats, and cattle, looked to him with an unyielding dependence, their very survival entwined with his diligent efforts. This period had been undeniably arduous, demanding immense physical stamina and mental resilience, often proving to be profoundly exhausting as he wrestled with the ceaseless demands of animal husbandry. It was frequently frustrating, too, when unpredictable elements or the stubborn nature of a beast tested his patience, and occasionally it was even frightening presenting genuine dangers to both himself and his charges. Yet, despite these formidable challenges, the experience had paradoxically yielded a profound sense of fulfillment, a deep-seated satisfaction that none of his previous, more glorious divine endeavors had ever managed to evoke. The simple, unpretentious carving, perhaps depicting a shepherd's crook or a sleeping lamb, served as a potent memento, a tangible anchor to a vital truth that the immortal gods, with their vast perspectives and eternal detachment, often found all too simple to overlook. It underscored the profound reality that each individual day held immense significance, that every fleeting moment of existence was precious and consequential. Furthermore, it powerfully reaffirmed that every seemingly insignificant act of care, a gentle stroke, a reassuring word, the meticulous provision of sustenance, contributed to a cumulative tapestry of well-being, proving indispensable to the delicate balance of life. Ultimately, the carving whispered a deeper philosophical insight, that genuine, enduring wisdom was not to be found in the lofty, detached vantage point of those who merely observed the world from on high, but rather emerged from a humble willingness to descend into the very heart of existence, to get one's hands soiled in the earth's rich loam, and to labor in shared solidarity alongside all the other myriad beings who collectively called this vibrant planet their cherished home.